Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Traction channel for my first, I would say, morning stream on Le Mans Ultimate. And all I can say is I am woefully underprepared, but that's going to be the point. Yes, this is another stream that I am calling part of my Road to Gold series on Le Mans Ultimate. I haven't done any online racing on Le Mans Ultimate outside of the series to try and give you guys the full journey to try and get to my gold driver ranking. But last stream a couple of weeks ago did not go so well. I was fairly prepared, or I thought I was going to do well. I was aiming to try and really focus on getting driver ranking up. And then I had an absolute nightmare, which you may or may not know about. So I thought I'd take a different approach today and do the complete opposite, completely casual, just going to be jumping in the races that come up that I can try and increase my rating on, but I'm not really that prepared, so I'm kind of coming at it from a, let's just see what happens in the races, have a bit of fun, and let the ratings sort themselves out. That's my my attitude for today, I think. So as you can see, we're going straight into a race, a WEC Experience fixed race to get warmed up, but I've just done my first one out lap, and we're about to go into the event. It's the Curva Grande layout at Monza, so no first chicane, but I need to be careful not to start crashing into people, basically. So let's just go full screen, because I was finding some graphical challenges in that one. But let me know in the comments where you're watching from, what time it is. It's Forza Horizon 5 launch day on PlayStation as well, which is exciting. For those on a PlayStation that have been wanting to play Forza for many years. Right, let's get joined straight away. And I'll bring the comments up. Yay, good morning, Dark Chocolate. Good morning, Tom. Yes, David Snitz is here. Good morning, Ragav, as well. When can we get your review on SIMAGIC Alpha Evo? I'm not reviewing a SIMAGIC Alpha Evo. But one of my colleagues has got their hands on one, so TBC, let's say, TBC. Right, so this is a WEC Experience race, which I think is 40 to 45 minutes. Hypercars and GT3s combined. I'm driving a hypercar. I'm going to drive the Peugeot, which I've not raced on a stream yet, so hence why I'm picking it. I'm also going to drive the Toyota later on as well, which I've not raced in a stream. Hey, Tom's here. Good morning. Good morning, 250 Racing as well. Sim speech. What's that? Sim spec? I'm not sure. Do you mean the steering wheel? I've not heard of that, so I'm guessing the answer is no. Unless I'm misunderstanding. Yeah, Curva Grande layout of Monza. I think it's dark as well, and we're in split 1, and we're going straight into qualifying. It's fixed setup. As I say, I've done one outlap 3 minutes before I went live. It did not go well, so we're coming at this from a very different attitude. From literally just go out, have some fun, complete the races, and see where we end up at the end of it. That is the plan. So I've done no virtual energy and fuel ratio calculations. I'll just stick with the default for now, although I am going to take fuel out for qualifying. I think it's ×2 on the fuel usage as well, so we don't want to take out too much for qualifying. We'll go 40 litres and see what happens. Sim specs. Sim specs. So what's that then? I've not heard of sim specs. So I'm definitely not using it. But what is it? Is it do you mean the steering wheel? Or do you mean the rig or the wheelbase? Hey Siddharth. How are you getting on? Right, qualifying. Oh my goodness, this is a new experience for me on Le Mans Ultimate. I've actually not touched the game. I've had various different wheelbases on the rig. I've been doing a bunch of other things that aren't Le Mans Ultimate. So actually, I've not touched the game in 2 weeks. And it's interesting. When I launched the game this morning, I actually experienced what it was like probably a couple of months ago for me, where I jumped on the game and I'd kind of forgotten how everything worked. Like, I didn't know where all my buttons were. I'd forgotten what settings I needed to keep an eye on, and I felt very overwhelmed by the amount of different things that are on this game. So it's a good reminder that, you need to, with Le Mans Ultimate, you kind of need to be in the zone in order to make the most of it. Now, let me just If I can remember what buttons are what. There we go. I'm going to take down my traction control. Now, I've not raced this Peugeot, as I say, ever before, but it's quite a slippery car. I think it should be pretty good at Monza with the big straights. Not great in acceleration. Oh, good morning, Le Mans Ultimate. How are you doing? That's amazing. That's amazing, Dirk. Yeah, it's such a good game in terms of the actual the driving and racing online experience. It's so good. I've now got to a point though, because I'm up in the decent driver ranks, let's say. I kind of find myself in the top split in most races, and obviously that's good because it means I can, you know, compare myself to the best. But equally, it's, you know, when I'm not prepared, it is very much the lion's den. So like this morning, for example, if I'm not last in this qualifying session, I'm going to be delighted, absolutely delighted, because it's first hypercar race around Monza. And we'll just see what happens. We'll see what happens. Ah, thank you, Tom, yes. I don't know if the specs are in the video description. Oh, yeah, the specs are in the video description. If they weren't before, they are now. We've got 10 minutes of qualifying, so let's try and get a lap in. Cold tyres as well, so first lap's probably not going to be great. Now this is a fixed setup race for my first one, but I'm going to be doing open setup races later on the stream as well using Go setups. So if you are playing Le Mans Ultimate and you want to download some fast setups made by pro esports drivers that, you know, without the fuss of having to make it yourself, without the time, like for me, for example, jumping on today, it's very handy to have some setups I can just fire on for those open setup races. I'm using Go setups. You can use them too. We've actually got a 10% discount on your first order at the moment, so there's a link in the description below to Go setups, and if you use the code TRAXION when you purchase, you will be able to get a 10% discount. So we'll obviously use some of them later on, but big shout out to Go setups. Oh, Fiduci's here. Right. How are you getting on, Gianmarco? Okay, we've done one lap, 28.3 for first go, 2 seconds out off the pace. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's just kind of slowly creep up on that for the next few laps. And as I say, if I'm not last, I'll be delighted. Try braking just before the 150. That's probably not bad at all, actually. Also trying to smoothen out my driving style a little bit on Le Mans Ultimate, because I do notice I am very choppy, let's say, with the steering inputs compared to lots of other people. So it's definitely a natural style of mine to kind of move the car around a lot just so I can feel it, and it's like I don't need to do that as much as I do. It's just a natural thing that I do. So I'm going to try and, when I'm remembering, which is not going to be very often because there's so much else going on today, I will try and be a little bit smoother on my inputs because it is faster. Here we go, second up. This lap's almost feels semi-normal. Wait, which one was the last one? What race was that? Because there's been a few nightmares. Some good, some bad, let's say. It's probably going to be worse, honestly. I've gone into this, Gianmarco, with absolutely no hope or expectation because I'm trying to take the pressure off myself. So I'm literally going into this with an attitude of just like, see what happens, no prep. Start from the back, have some fun, and hopefully it'll actually work better than when I do feel prepared and then something goes wrong, right? If you start with nothing, you end with something. I could also definitely still lose rating in this race, or in these races, especially if I am far enough off the pace that I'm finishing at the back. I'm actually already, though, feeling semi-comfortable with this layout and this car and track combination. A couple of tenths up again, 1.1 off the pace now. So, do you know what? We're in P6 at the moment. That's okay. If we can finish top 10 in this qualifying session, I'm delighted. Oh, the 499p at Monza, yeah, that did not end so well. But ironically, yeah, that's, I don't know how much of that stream you caught, Gianmarco, but that was actually by far and away the best race of the stream. It was, yeah, it was a nightmare. David Nitz has gone pole in, oh my god. That's going to ruin the lap. Still 2/10 up though on our PB. Fuel on double use, so I'm only going to get, I'm actually going to run out of fuel before the end of the session, which is a shame. What's your safety performance rating? Oh god, I shouldn't be looking at the comments going into Curva Grande. I think I've got gold 1 at the moment, so on my road to gold series, I've actually managed to get gold safety ranking, but it's just the driver ranking now. And I was up to silver S2, and I think I've got the pace for gold. Honestly, if I have string together a load of good races, I feel like I can get gold 1, although it's very difficult because it's super competitive at that level. But last 2 streams, I've been really unlucky. Like, I've had lots of issues that weren't my fault, some issues that were my fault. But I've actually dropped now to silver 1, so I need to get back up to silver 2 if possible. And you may notice as well, this, if you've seen my streams before, this is the first time I'm streaming in the morning. Basically what happens is, if I jump on in the morning, do a few laps to get up to speed, I then start feeling frustrated that I'm not yet streaming because I just want to get on with the races and start building ratings and just get out there. So I thought I'm going to do it differently today. I'm going to start streaming early in the morning, and I'm just going to have a day of playing LMU. No pressure. Do some daily races, maybe do a special event at Spa as well. I saw there's a Spa multi-class race at 1 o'clock, so potentially do that. But yeah, the idea being that I can just, you know, have a day on the Mon Ultimate, and you guys can come and go and join me as you please and witness all of the chaos as it happens. P7 now, second off pole, take that. Don't know if we're going to get this lap in, but I'm going to try. No point pitting now because we're going to have cold tyres on our first lap, so this is literally going to be it. Too much. Yeah, tried to cut the chicane. Okay. If I very quickly return to garage, I might get one more lap in. I quickly take out fuel because if not, it's a waste of time. Come on, powertrain. Right, we'll try and get one more lap in just for practice, right? I'm just going to miss out on it in terms of getting an actual hot lap in, unfortunately. Yes, Leon. Repping the Peugeot for the first time. Or the Peugeot, as everyone tells me. The Peugeot. Peugeot. Can't say it. It's P-Y-O-O. Or P-O... Yeah, P-Y-O-O-J-O-E. Thanks, Tom. Tom's on it. Tom's on it. So I was trying to think of so many different things at once. You were probably just asking what specs I've got, and I was like, oh, I've never heard of sim spec. But you literally meant the spec of the whole sim, right? So I'm deeply sorry for being stupid. Thank you, Tom. Yes. So I can talk it through now that I've actually realised. I mean, I'm going to be qualifying here, but I'm not going to get my last lap in, so I will talk you through it. I've got the Simucube 2 Pro wheelbase, which we've got a review for on the Traxion website. It's brilliant. Absolutely love it. I've got the Mercedes-AMG PETRONAS Formula 1 team F1 shenanigans steering wheel by SimLab. So this is basically last year's proper F1 steering wheel from the Mercedes F1 car. But it's been made by SimLab for sim racing, and it is, again, superb. We don't have a review yet, but I am working on that. This lap won't count for anything, by the way. I'm just going to use it as a little bit of practice. And then I'm using the Simucube Active Pedal as a brake, the Active Pedal Pro, so not the Ultimate, the Pro. And I'm using a Simucube Passive throttle pedal, so I've got very, very... Okay, that's when the brakes aren't warm, tires aren't warm, it's tricky. I've got yeah, very decent equipment on at the moment. And I've got a Pro SIMRIG PSR3 rig, which is, again, everything I've got on here is on it because it's great. So yeah, that's basically it. Very sorry for not understanding your comment the first time around. Okay, so we've got Tanitsa on pole, 125.3, and I'm 1.3 off the pace. Do you know what? Considering this was essentially my my shakedown, first laps out the pits, I'll take 1.3 off the pace. There's a bit more there, obviously, but this is I mean, Tanitsa's absolutely rapid, so I would normally not expect to be much closer than a second, to be honest. Fixed setup race as well, he's in the Peugeot, so repping it for the French brand. But we're going to go into this race from basically mid-pack, and yeah, that's actually maybe a little bit messy. There's 18 hypercars, but if I'm in the mid-pack, I can maybe learn from those around me. Let's make sure we've got fuel and everything. It's double fuel usage, so there's going to be a pit stop. Might even be 2 pit stops. I'm just going to, in fact, can I just reset this? Load default setup. That's not default setup. Oh well, fuel is not default. I think it was 89, wasn't it? Probably don't need that many, but hey. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Adam's back. Hey Adam, how are you getting on? Adrenaluk, hello. Riolu, hello as well. I'm fumbling here, guys, because we've got like a minute before the race, and I need to think, like, have I got everything sorted? So again, it's fixed setup. We've got new tyres, hopefully. That's something I don't want to repeat. I will bump the brake pedal force up, actually. We'll put the bias back 1 click. I don't want to put it more back because I was locking the rears there, actually. So do you know what? We'll keep it on what it is default. TC, we'll take down the slip angle. I don't think the honestly, for Monza, high TC I don't think is too bad. It's tricky to know. But hey, I'm guessing. I'm literally guessing here. We're just doing some racing. Yeah, I mean, you all know how quick Tanitsa is. So, very, very impressive. We're not going to be racing him today. I also think this race, so it's 40 minutes, double fuel. I think it's at least 1 stop, maybe even 2. But that's again, complete guess. I'm going to just kind of watch the fuel percentage of the cars around me and judge my lift and coast off of that. So, like, either I'm going to go flat out, or if I see everyone else's numbers going down slower than mine, I'm going to do a little bit of lift and coast just to try and keep up with them, because that's the best thing, right? If you're unprepared, copy what everyone else does. That's the that's the safe method, isn't it? Single stop, says Estian. Right, brilliant. Thank you. All right, excellent. Single stop with no lift and coast. If I can remember my buttons, it's going to be great here. 7. I've got low traction control and cold tires, but we'll cope. My aim for this first lap. No idea how we are on cold tires here, so I'm gonna I'm gonna lose a couple of spots. I can almost tell you that right now. I just want to survive it. Also, the only time I've raced Curva Grande layout in this game, I started from pole position, so I didn't have to worry about traffic through Curva Grande. Oh my goodness. That's already very sketchy, and I've lost a whole load of momentum. Almost ended on the first straight, and I've got nowhere to go here. Ferrari's off. Thank you. I'm almost off. Oh no. Ah! Oh. Saw a car in the mirror. Thank you. That was the greatest avoidance I've ever done in my life. What is going on? Help. Ferrari's off. Thank you. Porsche's off. Thank you. Okay. P5. If you've just tuned in, it's been a really chill race so far. Well, honestly though, that I know, I mean, RIP to everyone else, but that's really good for my race, because now I can settle in. Okay, I'm not following anyone, which is a shame, and the guys behind will be quicker if they don't have damage, but it just allows me to settle here a little. I need to use a bit more motor map. I don't think I made any contact, or maybe if I did, it was tiny. I managed to just avoid everyone there like the plague.
That time was a 1:38.51.
Usually save one longer, that usually works out decent. Alright, okay, so like, save a lap of fuel in the first stint. I don't think I'm going to do that. If I don't need to do that, I'm not going to. I'm just going to focus on I've got too much else going on in my brain right now, so I'm just going to focus on driving. Unless I need to save a lap of fuel, I'm just going to follow the herd and go for it. I don't mind if someone gets past me at this early stage because I'm not settled yet. I don't know my braking zones. I'm guessing them based on kind of prior experience of similar things, and if someone gets past me, I can kind of learn from them. So let's just see how we get on. We're P5 though, so we've already got we've banked some positions that we didn't expect. What a wild first lap, though. What a wild first lap. Oh, hey, Iko, you getting on? Yeah, I don't think if I did touch someone, which I might have done, I don't think I got damage from it because it wasn't bad. So, yeah, there's no damage on the radar. Oh, oversteer on the way out. I'm managing my motor map. That's fine. We're going to be doing like 29s or something. Oh, 28.0. Oh, literally faster than the 3 in front of me. We use so much battery around here because it's Curva Grande. Not going to fight it too hard, guys. I think they've had contact up in front, and he defended me. He tried to kind of hold it off, so I think that car is one of the quicker ones. Ferrari's caught up behind. It's okay. Right, this is where we try and follow now. Get the slipstream. Settle down. Oh, stuck in work. Hey! Well, I'll try not to distract you too much, but it's somewhat out of my control. If you saw that first lap, that's yeah, that's definitely going to keep you distracted. I think this race is going to get dark as well, because I might be wrong, but I jumped in a practice session, as I say, did one out lap when I was 5 minutes before going live, and it was pitch black, so that made me think, oh, the race is going to be dark. Now, it's definitely like late in the evening, but it might not get fully dark. It might have just been the practice session, because it's obviously a lot longer than the race. But we'll have to wait and see. I reckon it'll be dusk by the end. What it's definitely done is, this race, is it's woken me up. I'm ready for my first proper morning stream. It might have blown all my adrenaline from the start. I may no longer be able to survive into the afternoon, but we'll see. It does get kind of dark. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm expecting a little bit of darkness, if not full Monty, you know? Okay, beginning to slightly settle the nerves, but don't think I'm fast. Not time to really become fast either, so we're just kind of settling in is the idea here. I think the Peugeot's quite a good pick around here, to be honest. Based on the fact that the lead two, I mean, I know there's been chaos, but the lead two are both in Peugeots. 27.4, yeah, it's alright. It's competitive-ish. The fan is getting turned up. Horses around, goodbye. That car did look like it was maybe going to make another mistake. I did think they were pushing quite hard. P4 now. I'm getting a nosebleed. We've obviously got traffic still to deal with later on as well. No, Tom, don't. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's definitely going better. Oh no, I'm not even going to say that. Not going to say anything. You guys can say stuff. I'm not going to say anything. How's your week's been? It's Friday. Hopefully you've all had a nice week. The sun's been out in the UK last few weeks. It's been great. I had a fantastic family wedding last weekend. It was honestly amazing, and it's nice to get back into LMU, back into sim racing. But I do feel a bit rusty, even though it's been literally just a couple of weeks. We've got all of the proper club level racing starting again, which is good. As a motorsport fan, it's always exciting when every weekend is just filled with motorsport options. And obviously today is Forza Horizon 5 launch day on PS5 as well, which is kind of a relatively historic moment, I think, in racing games. Even if you guys are more, you know, you're watching this, maybe you're more into hardcore sims than something like Forza Horizon, but honestly, it's a great game for more casual racing experiences, and I think having that on PlayStation is brilliant news. I think there'll be a lot of people that are new to the franchise that finally give it a go and actually go, do you know what, this is pretty good. Tom's my engineer, what are you saying? Consistently the same as P2, alright. Yeah. I'm liking the thinking, Tom. We've got traffic now, though. No, not going to try it there. Oh, God. I should have tried it there, shouldn't I? I should have just gone outside. Lost, like, almost, yeah, set over a second and a half there, and that's going to make me very vulnerable to this Ferrari, but it's okay. I'm actually going to turn my traction up a little bit. It's just feeling slightly, it's not quite comfortable enough. Can always turn it back down later if we regret this. Okay, we had one bad run there with the traffic through Ascari, but since then it's been okay. This next batch should be okay as well, I think. Going to catch them on the next straight, which is fantastic. Or the pit straight. The only downside here would be into Parabolica, but honestly you wouldn't lose too much time there anyway. I think this Beamer's going to be pretty awkward. More sketchy than it needed to be. That's me trying to be safe and then locking up. Right, David's gone, so ignore David. Yeah, the two in front of me got traffic badly in that lap. So, do you know, we're actually holding our own. This position is okay. There will be faster cars. I mean, Cluj is just down 26 behind. That's the car that spun earlier. Is this flat on the outside? Yes. Yeah, so there will be faster cars behind. I mean, look how many went off in that first lap, but all I can do is focus eyes forward. You know, if they make mistakes, then it's fine. I just need to keep my head down, focus on my effort. If I lose positions, I lose positions. Because at the moment, I can afford to lose a few positions and still have a great race. I'm out of position, so it's all good at the moment. I can even see the battle for P2 up ahead, as Tom was saying, so. that Corvette slightly off of the ideal position, but only lost a few tenths. Oh, you've been building a shed over Easter weekend. How's that going? A sim racing shed or an actual shed for actual shed things? Five laps left on the fuel.
Lap 1, 27.8.
I've got a couple of percent less than some of the cars around me, so maybe a tiny bit of lift and coast just to make sure that I make that last lap. That's better. Beginning to finally find a little bit of flow around here, I would say. Still not hitting all my apex or apices, but I'm hitting more than I was earlier, I'd say. Bit tentative through there. Dav is 14 seconds up the road, but the two in front of me are not actually gapping me. I'm pleasantly surprised at this moment.
Time 1,
Ooh.
26.71.
26.7. We're getting there. We're getting there. That was a good lap. Put the motor mount back down for a little bit. Nope, nope, nope. Cut at the right moment there to get away with that without too much time loss, I think. Just as you start getting confident. Ferrari is a bit menacing in the mirror. But yeah, we've now got an 11 or 13 second gap back to P7 and 8. So again, that's the real defeatist in me talking. But I feel like I've got a nice gap to those cars, and if I finish ahead of them, even if, no matter, I'll still obviously try and do my best to maybe even try and grab a podium. But regardless of that, if I can finish, top 7 in this race, given the circumstances, I'm just going to be absolutely over the moon.
Lap 1, 27.30.
Shed's quite far from the house. Ah, okay. Oh, awesome. That's great news. Looking forward to hearing more about that. This Ferrari might make a move, and it's okay. I'm not going to defend it too hard, honestly, if he tries. Because I don't want to hold it. I don't want to get into an incident and hold us both up. Cluj is faster coming up behind as well, and then Cluj is going to pass the Ferrari too. And then that's when it's going to get interesting, I think. So, playing a longer game here. Oh, dirty air. Oh, I'm also looking, hang on a minute, tyre compounds. Everyone else is on a green. Look at the top left. That would explain why I'm surprisingly fast. Everyone else is on green tyres. I'm on orange tyres, which I think is the softer compound. I didn't even think about that. I think that's the case anyway, so I might be struggling at the end of this race. How's our tyre wear? Well, no, it's still pretty good. Still pretty good. We're on mediums. I mean, oh god, that's too deep. This track is not bad for tyre wear, so I actually think of all the tracks to do that strategy by accident, this is quite a good one. Losing a bit of focus now, though. Oh, is that energy level? Oh, thank you. Okay, that's fine. I'm stupid. There's literally a big M. This is what I mean. When I'm trying to do all of these different things at once, if I'm underprepared, my head is so you know, trying to think about braking zones, energy consumption, streaming, you know, gaps, all sorts of stuff. And then I start, like, this is what racing does to you if you don't have the brain to cope with all of those different things at once. Because I'm so focused on the driving, it's like, obviously there's a big M saying medium tires, and I'm looking at that orange line and instantly thinking, oh no, I'm on different tires. Kind of just, it sums up the brain capacity required to do these things. Or maybe it's just a reflection on my brain personally. Yeah, that's it. We're still slightly less on the fuel, but I think we're actually going to make it okay to the pits here, because we're crossing the line with an okay amount each time, so I think we're okay. One more lap in it. You can see it getting slightly dark now. Okay, I feel better now again about the pace, because for a second there I was like, oh, that makes sense. I'm faster than I expected because I'm on different tyres, and it's not that, so that's great. I actually want to take 1 extra litre, because the fuel is the limiting factor, not the usable energy. Now, pit lane entry is going to be interesting. Thank you, BMW, that's very kind. So I think I've done Monza before. I've done laps of Monza before, not raced around Monza in a hypercar before, but I've done laps, and I think the pit lane entry was like, you kind of brake where the dotted line crosses the road or something like that. Bit risky maybe, trying to get it close. Got 2.4 seconds to Cluj. Well, I got no tyre change selected, yeah, we're good. That Ferrari's gone, so clearly, I mean, I know I'm not driving very well, but their pace is stronger than mine, I think. Okay, that was too early, but it's okay. Played it safe.
That time was a
What a crazy first stint.
4.42.
I've got plenty of battery for the pit lane exit, so we're good on that front. But that's a good point, yeah. Whew, right. I don't know where I'm at with that. That was a really good first stint. Crazy first lap. Got away with it. Exceptional opening lap. And actually, even though it was a lot of luck, I also really picked my positioning well there. I kept an eye on my mirrors. I quickly jumped out the way when I saw someone carnage behind me. I actually think I did a good job, as well as being lucky, if I'm being totally honest. So really happy about that. And then after that, I actually settled quite well into the race, better than I thought I would. Pace was good. Cars around me weren't as fast as I expected. A lot of the contenders were towards the back. That's the Ferrari going past. Okay, yeah, we're good. We don't need battery in this Peugeot, of course, off the pit lane exit. And that's it. We just got to go to the end now. Do we have to save... I mean, we're just past the 20-minute mark, so do I actually have to save a... do I have to save a lap of fuel? That's the question. Because if I do, I need to start thinking about that very early. Stop and go for one of the Ferraris ahead. Is that the one I was battling? Yeah, so the question is, will I need to save a lap of fuel in this stint? I wonder if the Ferrari is spending the pit lane. Well, I don't know if that's the one I was battling. I can't actually remember. I was so focused. I think it was Lamb. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So now it's the same as the first stint, but the difference being, do I need to save a lap of fuel or not? And if I don't, then it's exactly the same. If I do, and I guess to find that out, just follow the numbers of everyone around me. Because Tanitz is so fast that he might stretch the race by a lap if it's close, do you know what I mean? Should be fine. 27.4 laps predicted. Back up to P4. Everyone's pitted now, so I'm in legit P4. The leader's on the same, Tanitz is on the same fuel, Mascala's on the same fuel. So that's what I've got to kind of watch for in terms of if their numbers start going up. Tanitz might fuel save naturally because he's leading by a long way. Well, not a long way, but a decent amount. Yeah, save a bit just in case. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Little lifting coast is not going to hurt. Yeah, that's where I'm at as well, just in case. I can set the fuel lap target to 1, so then I can do some coordinated lifting coast. Is it electronics? I can't remember. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Oh, hypercar's off. Assuming, yeah, it's one that was a lap down. It's getting dark now, guys. And I've got, what you can't see is I've got these bright lights in my face for obviously to be lit on the stream. So you can see me in fantastic full color HD 4K goodness. But I'm blind because of it. So maybe we should just, the only reason I'm saying that is because now that the game's getting dark, I'm not actually racing in the dark, and it is hard to see. I mean, it's hard to see anyway. But I've got a bright light to my right, bright light above the monitor, pointing straight at me, or slightly off center. So that's going to be another new challenge to try and get through comfortably. Are any of you guys playing some Le Mans Ultimate later on today? This weekend maybe? Let me know. Yeah, I'll do some lifting coast. I've already started doing it slightly, so we're going to keep doing that. Usually I'm the one who has way too much fuel, so. Got 14.8 seconds to P5, so I can really afford to do this. Lose a second a lap, no problem. So the way the lap target works, guys, if you're not aware, there's little purple lights on my dashboard. So above the steering wheel in the car, you'll see purple lights start appearing there. Basically, when those purple lights fill up and then go off, that's the game telling me that's when I need to lift off the throttle. So you see the purple lights build up as a warning. You're essentially being counted down. And then once, you'll see it here up towards the Scary. So purple lights on the front left above the word Peugeot, there it is. Purple lights and off. And then as soon as they go off, I lift. And that's basically the electronics working out how much I have to lift before a corner in order to save a lap of fuel. And it's slightly on the safe side. It tries to get you to lift more at the start of the stint so that it can then, you can be safe at the end. But just thought I'd explain that. So you go purple lights on and lift, and then brake. Oh my goodness. Would help if I didn't lock up as well, but that's how the lap target function works on LMU. Still got 16 seconds to the car behind, still got I've got the least amount of fuel, so keep doing that basically. Yeah, that's so true actually. I've never really paid attention to it because normally when I'm locking up, Adam, my eyes are closed. But you're right, it does give you all sorts of good information that a capable driver would be able to actually interpret in real time. I'm going to do a bigger lifting coast here just to try and catch up. Another small lock-up, but it's okay. There's a lot of... the game's telling me to do a lot to try and save a lap, which makes sense. But maybe everyone's doing exactly the same. Jimster, the standard of racing, I think in LMU for me so far has been a lot better than GT7, but obviously that's dependent on lobbies as well. GT7 feels a bit more kind of chaotic, and you know, every corner there's someone bouncing up the inside and bumping off other cars, but you get away with it more. So you know, it's a different style of racing for sure. Like if GT7 you were racing realistically, no one would get away with it without huge damage, whereas in LMU the racing is realistic. But having said that, watch the first lap of this race. It's not always like that. Because that first, I mean, I've had some crazy races in LMU, mostly almost entirely clean, with obviously the odd mistake, which I don't count as dirty driving or bad standards. I just count as, you know, good drivers making mistakes in a very difficult sim to control a car. But driving standards generally pretty good. They are sometimes off, like any sim racing game, and I mean, we're in the top split here. It's not in terms of safety, it's top split in terms of pace, and it's an intermediate safety rank race, but you still see some very interesting things happening around you. So, on the first lap though, I mean, obviously some of it will be bad driving, but also some of it's like, you know, 3 cars into one doesn't go sort of thing. 18-second gap, and I'm not catching the guys in front, so fully can fully just relax here and just hit my marks, lift and coast. And we might be picking up a P4 in race 1 and split 1 with 0 prep, which is exactly what I set out to do today, in that I said I'm putting no pressure on it, I'm just going to go and drive, have fun, and see what happens, thinking I would be, you know, if I can get into the top half, I'd be absolutely delighted. But this is, I mean, last week I put a lot of pressure on great results, and I DNF'd most of the races with all sorts of random issues. So I've kind of just changed the mindset, even though a lot of those things were out of my control anyway, and suddenly the seas parted, and we're looking good. Might do my first ever one stint sprint next.
Time 1:28.25.
Yeah, everyone seems to be saving similar amounts, so I think you do have to extend a lap just to be safe. That's okay. David, the expected laps count is 27.7, so it's not quite what it was. Alright, let's do a big lift here. More of those, please. GT3 battle, will not interrupt them. Could be a battle for P2 between Bascala and Schneider, but I think they're too similarly matched, to be perfectly honest. Oh, cut the track. Come on. Here we go. That was obviously a second wasted there, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, Adam, GT Sport had better netcode than GT7, better contact. Like, the online racing in GT Sport, I didn't do it much, but I've seen enough of it, and I've heard from a lot of others who did a lot of online racing in GT Sport. And it just seems like a better online system in GT Sport, which is a shame, because the physics obviously aren't as good as GT7. But yeah, I think it was better. Definitely at launch of GT7, GT Sport was far better, and I think they've improved it, but I still believe from what I've seen that GT Sport is better. Battery usage is absolutely perfect. We're on the right settings. That's another thing, you can do a little bit of fuel saving when you're catching GT3 traffic in the wrong places, because instead of firing up to the back of them and then having to sit behind them and wait, you can anticipate it by lifting way before, and just, you know, you still get that positional gain, but you just use no fuel doing so. Yeah, that makes sense, Adam. Do you still play Sport at all? Like, do people still play Sport, or does everyone play GT7? Cluj is obviously spun again because it's P8, lost a lot of time. Don't think he had any pit stop penalties, so I think that Porsche's just maybe got the pace, but just not the consistency. Ah, they closed the servers down, really? I didn't know that. Or I'd forgotten that if I did know that. Tiny bit uncomfortable with the Chevrolet. Obviously the GT3 cars are loaded up around there, whereas the hypercars you can comfortably take it flat by the looks of it. I've not really tried to skirt the outside too much, but I didn't feel like I had to lift there, whereas the Corvette might have been, you know, on the limit of grip with the Curva Grande layout. So that's like, you know, if there was contact there, that would have been on me. But I've not driven this layout in a GT car, so I don't actually know how far away from, you know, how much of a struggle is it to keep that GT3 car in the inside through Curva Grande without lifting. I'm closing it on P3. Am I? It's fine, they're obviously managing as well, but I'm doing a huge amount of management, so I think everyone's in the same boat here, just trying to get to the end with fuel. The car in front's got the most fuel though, and they're not managing, presumably. But if Tanitsa's got enough fuel, then I've got enough fuel. That's the way I look at it. He's going to have calculated this. He knows what he's doing. Was I at 15 seconds? Maybe I was. I might have been. I've not really been paying much attention to the gaps. In my head, I was like just under 10 seconds. Hopefully some of you were able to watch our video where I basically discussed my current thoughts on LMU, the state of it. Maybe you didn't, because it's obviously, if you play the game anyway, you don't need to work out whether or not you want to buy it or not. But I did kind of use all of the stuff I'd learned in these streams to make a bit of well, make a video covering basically the state of the game today and whether or not it's worth buying, what are the pros and cons and stuff. Let me know if you did give it a watch and whether you agree or disagree. But generally speaking, it's positive. It's positive with a few negatives, like so many things are in sim racing. But the balance is definitely more good than bad. And obviously there was recent news, if you're not aware, that there's been some investment in Le Mans Ultimate from Pimax, the VR company, £2.5 million. So that should help secure the game for a little bit longer at least, and hopefully it's a, you know, a long-term gain for lots of different reasons. Yeah, that's fair, Adam. And also, I mean, obviously there could be more tracks. I think there are a few options for how they could add more tracks, and that's something we're going to talk about in another video coming up at some point soon. Don't know when it's going to be uploaded, but what's next for Le Mans Ultimate in terms of content and stuff. But I honestly, even though there aren't a huge amount of tracks, obviously it's the official WEC track, so it makes sense why there aren't a huge amount, and it's stuff from last year, you know, which is great. But they've also done a great job of adding all these little layouts, which don't seem on the face of it like a huge deal, but actually it does keep the variety up. Like, racing around Bahrain Outer is a totally different experience to Bahrain, or Bahrain Endurance. You know, Monza Curva Grande is just a fun little change up, and I love that. But there are lots of options for where this game could draw tracks from, I think. Obviously it's all very license dependent and series dependent. WEC's calendar's not looking too different for the next few years, but there are other series, maybe. Other series that they could draw on. Okay, still got more fuel than Tanitsa, but I'm further back on the road, so just need to be wary of that. I'm kind of balancing out now with 7th and 8th, which is good, so yeah, we're just absolute car management at the moment. 3.5 minutes to go, 3 laps of fuel. motor map's almost out, so I'm going to have to use less battery, which is going to use more fuel actually. So I'm no longer getting the lift and coast warnings, which is interesting. I'm going to pay attention to my purple lights, but I think I may have saved enough already for the lap target. Oh, Suzuka would be amazing, yeah. Absolutely amazing. ELMS would be amazing. You know what I'd love to see, right? I would love to see classic WEC tracks, because if the, you know, I don't know how the licensing agreement works, obviously, but if you've got the World Endurance Championship license and you've got last year's tracks in there, I wonder if there's a way to wriggle, you know, like a historic. I mean, I'm sure there'd be licensing costs involved and all that, but there's like I wonder if there's a historic WEC pack, which is like. You know, WEC was only the WEC in its current form was only introduced in like 2012, was it? So there's not been that many, but you do have Paul Ricard and Barcelona, which have been used as like prologue of venues. I think Paul Ricard also had a race, if I'm remembering correctly. Shanghai had a WEC race. Silverstone obviously had a WEC race, so there's a few options there. Can't remember if there's more than that, but there's some tracks you could add. Easy for me to say, just add them, go on. No costs involved. No pain, no expense, no time, you know, just add them now. Okay, there's still some purple lights, but that's fine. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Magello as well. Add tracks. Come on, easy. You just have to type in Magello in the add tracks box of the game development software that everyone uses these days. It's not that hard. Just get ChatGPT to create some of the circuits for you. All right, we're good. We're good for fuel, I think, guys. Absolutely fine. But I'm still lifting coast out of sheer fear. 1.3 laps of fuel.
That time was a 1:28.
Right, final lap of the race. Just about hanging on. I'm still lifting coast because there's nothing to gain from not doing that. It is fully dark now, so you can see that there is a full kind of evening or late afternoon to night cycle in this race, which is great to see. Next race, guys, I looked at the schedule. I think I can actually do a Bahrain race, and I think it'll be. I've not actually done a one stint sprint yet, which is the kind of advanced hypercar race, open setups. Yeah, as I said, I've not done it yet, and I think it starts at like 11:40, and that will actually give me enough time to also do the weekly race after that, so I can do 3 different combos for you guys, which is obviously challenging but fun. A bit like this one, where it's like I'll be learning on the go and working out strategy on the go, but hey, I enjoy the pain, and I also enjoy that you guys generally tell me what to do and it works. So it's a 25.8. Was that the lap time on the final lap with second stint tires? That's incredible. 25.8. We'll just cruise round, make sure we don't run out. Excellent. There we go. P4. I did not expect P4 in that first race, as you are well aware, but that first lap. Incredible scenes. And now I've got to go and learn Bahrain, because I've not raced Bahrain in a hypercar either. Oh, amazing. We'll take it. We will take it. Yeah, pastel. I've never really thought of the colour palette as pastel, to be honest, Nordsky, but yeah. It is not as bright and intense as many others. It's a little bit of a softer look to Le Mans Ultimate, I would say. It's not really a... it's not a harsh colour palette and a harsh lighting, so that kind of makes sense. engine noises are phenomenal on Le Mans Ultimate. Hey Andrew, good morning. Welcome along. Welcome along to Le Mans Ultimate Day, as I'm now calling it. I've missed the last couple of weeks of streams, so today is I'm making up for lost ground by doing lots of races, getting back into LMU, and I mean, it worked, right? Last few races, obviously, we had the disaster at Sebring with the starting on wets from pole position. We also had the disaster of retiring from pole position in the lead of the race with a monitor disconnect, and then at Monza we had that, or Imola, sorry, we had that big crash, but we actually got away with it, still finishing 4th. I think my results just came in. There we go. Let's get a rank breakdown, and then we'll jump into the next event. So, 4th place, 4 places gained. Fastest lap was actually completely reasonable. And we gained 11.3 driver ranking, so we're almost back up to silver 2, and we're actually almost at gold 2 safety as well, which is fine. That's been consistently growing the whole time. So happy days. Look at the difference in fastest laps. We held our own. Do you know that? We absolutely held our own. So maybe, you know, I should have expected the pace to go a bit better in race than qualifying because of the lack of prep, but I just didn't feel like it was going to. So I shouldn't maybe be as surprised, but I'm very, very happy with that. So it's time for, in 10 minutes, literally going straight into it here, our first advanced daily race. We've tried to do these before. We've failed for one reason or another. 100% fuel. It's Bahrain in a hypercar, and again, it's going to be a similar situation. So I'm going to jump straight in. In fact, there's only 2 people signed up. Maybe this is why I've never done it before. Why is there only 2 people signed up? Anyway, we'll register, and we're going to drive the Toyota, because I've not driven the Toyota. Let's do that. No thought needed. Get some more people in this lobby, hopefully. I need the 7 minutes of practice, guys. Tyler, how do you suggest... Well, this is funny, right? If I were you, Tyler, I would maybe... It's tricky. So the only wet race I've done on Le Mans Ultimate was in GTEs? Or was it GT3s? It was GT3s, or in Interlagos. I actually did it on stream, so you can find out... If you go to the TraxionGG YouTube channel, this channel, and go in the live stream list, you should see that I did a wet race in GT3s on one of the streams. I think it was called like My First Wet Race is the stream name. And I thought the traction control was going to need to be quite high for the wet. It's generally what people tend to go for. But I actually found that to get good pace, I turned the traction control right down, like really low. And I was able to then obviously manually control the traction, and I found a lot more pace. So I actually think, if you're comfortable, Tyler, if you're happy with throttle control, and if you're good with playing around with the car and dancing around with it, I would honestly recommend trying things lower rather than higher. Still not gold. Still not gold, no. In fact, I went backwards last stream. I was making great progress. I really was. Making great progress. There you go. High slip with TC. It's pretty good, I think. Pretty ALR. What's ALR? Air. ALR. All right. Yeah, all right. It's pretty all right. Okay. I need to hide this because I am going to use a Go setup for this. So this is an open setup series. It's my first open setup hypercar advanced daily race, and I have downloaded a Go setup for a bunch of different hypercars. We're going with Toyota, so we'll load the Toyota setup. I can't show you it because it's a paid-for setup, but these setups are great. They're developed by top esports drivers, the likes of Marcel Chinchik working on setups for this game, and you know, basically some of the best guys out there. And it obviously takes away all the effort and pain of me creating a really bad setup from scratch and spending 2 hours on it, which I don't have. So if you want Go setups, if you want to try out what it's like to have a setup developed by very fast drivers, then I would highly recommend checking out the link in the description, because you can actually, with the code TRAXION, get 10% off your first order of Go setup subscription. And you have setups in there for Le Mans Ultimate, iRacing. I should really know what all the games are. There's like 6 or 7 different games, all the main sims that you would expect, basically, where there's custom setups. You can get setups through Go setups. There's thousands on there. I think there's hundreds added every month, or maybe even every week. And it's great. So I thoroughly recommend it. Code TRAXION, link is in the description. You can find out more info on our website as well, but it just makes life a lot easier. Okay. We've got like 5 minutes before this session. And I don't know what I'm doing. Cool tires. Not going fast enough in these cold tires to burn off the battery. So the braking's going to be a bit unbalanced. Oh, cold tire understeer. Pain. Oh, nice. I've only driven LMU on pad very early days, and it felt really good. There's some good like natural assists going on, or just, you know, it just feels nice. But obviously, being a hardcore sim, like with all the physics and everything, it's, you know, the steering wheel's the way to go if you can. But it's brilliant that that you can still race in a pad and have fun. Yeah, there's like, for a pad racing or hardcore sim racing on a pad to be good, you need to have some sort of like steering assist. You'll notice on Gran Turismo 7, if you ever use a controller, obviously that game has to be good in a controller because most people don't have a steering wheel that play Gran Turismo 7. And you'll notice if you ever go in cockpit cam that the steering wheel does really weird things. It's not what you do that it does in the cockpit camera, but it's all part of the in-game system to try and make the game feel natural on a controller, and you need that, which is very difficult to try and like get your head around, or you don't know exactly what it's doing, but it must take a lot of work to develop. Because if you ever just, you know, plug a controller into a game and it has the same physics and the same kind of lack of assist as a steering wheel, it's almost impossible, because obviously the inputs are so on-off, and the steering is so difficult to be precise with. You know, it's near impossible. Alright, I'm just trying to get 2 laps under my belt here, and it's I mean, I know, oh goodness, I know the track barring pretty well. I'm getting a hang of the hypercars, so I'm just kind of hoping that I can quite quickly learn my braking spots and get comfortable. Not quite as simple as Monza, so don't think I'll get up to speed as much or as quickly as I did at Monza, but that's okay. That corner has to be so slow. Nice one, Tyler. Yes, safety rating on Le Mans Ultimate is, I think it builds at a really nice pace. Like, I've managed to get gold safety rating relatively quickly, and I have been pretty clean in the races. I've made some mistakes and had some contact, but it's not like, you know, I don't feel like I've been punished unfairly with safety ranking at any point. I think I've gained in every race, bar maybe one race, which was Le Mans, when I was cutting the track too many times. And it's obviously a long lap, but other than that, it's been just gains for safety rating for me. And that just means I can take part in these cool races. You know, even if my driver ranking was bronze, I could still take part in these awesome, like, hypercar, open setup, multi-class races, which is great. So it doesn't really gatekeep you at all. It just gatekeeps you from the top splits, unless you're fast enough to get through there. 148.9, sorry, 148.4. 2.4 off the pace of the Ferrari on that one lap. No idea how fast the Ferrari is. Missed the apex, but that's okay. 2.4 seconds on the first lap is fine. I think the session's starting in a minute, so we'll leave. This is Le Mans Ultimate, Andrew. Oh, hey, Terj. How are you getting on? Okay, we're already faster on this lap, so maybe tires still coming in. Yeah, within 2 seconds if we nailed the rest of the lap. And I'll have to leave for the session in a second. So tricky to know how, yeah, that corner, I'm really going to struggle through there, I think. Oh yeah, pain. Yeah, DNFs don't help. The safety ranking works on a lap-by-lap basis, so if you don't, you know, if you have contact and then DNF, you're not completing the laps to make up for the contact. So essentially it's like incidents per laps, I think, is maybe how it's calculated. Right, let's leave and join the session. I already feel softly comfortable. Not comfortable, but like comfortable enough to survive and toodle around at the back and see what happens. I'm going to try my best to race better. Oh no, there's only 3 hypercars in here. Ah, there wasn't enough people to make this race good. 3 hypercars. It's literally going to be a 3-car battle. But we're committed now. Does that mean it's not going to be official though? I need Lewis, or I need Le Mans Ultimate admins in the chat. Does this daily race become official if there are only 3 competitors? Because if it's not official, I can leave, and we'll think of something else to do. I don't know if Le Mans Ultimate is still in the chat. Yeah, podium, yeah. Yeah, I think GT racing is definitely more. There's more people playing it. Oh, there's only 2 of us. 1 split. I don't think that's going to be official. I don't want to quit and then lose a bunch of ranking. That's the only thing. Because then it just defeats the purpose of Road for Gold. But I also don't want to do a 40-minute race with 2 cars. Yeah, okay. Alright. Alright, let's leave. It's not counting. There's literally 3 of us. I can always rejoin. Yeah. No point. So we do have a weekly race, which I would like to do if the numbers are there. It's at Spa, which is quite a popular track, but then Bahrain's quite a popular track as well. That's at 1 o'clock. So if I get something done before then, we can still do that at 1 o'clock. I don't need to do the weekly race because I don't know how busy it's going to be. But it's a 200 fuel, 116-minute race. It's a bit of a longer one. We could just do some kind of fun dailies. What else we got? What else we got? WEC experience fixed is what we just did. Fixed setups. Beginner is where all the races are at. LMGT3 fixed around Fuji. That could be fun. That'll get done in time as well. I don't think I've raced on Fuji on the streams yet. Maybe we'll do a GT3 race at Fuji. Let's do it. Let's do it. What car are we going to go? I have not on stream raced the Corvette. So let's go with the Corvette. Easy. Might be rubbish. Don't know. We're not gonna gain rating as fast doing these races, but I want to have fun and I want to do races. So we're not gonna gain rating as fast doing the beginner races as we would do the advanced races. But then if the advanced race has 3 people in it and no one gains ratings, then that's not true, is it? So there you go. We'll do some GT3s. You know you're gonna get a full race of GT3s. And I don't think I've won a GT race. I've won an LMP2 race. And I've won a championship race in Hypercar, but I don't think I've won any GT races, so there you go. Oh, thanks, Ike. Yeah, I knew there was some sort of minimum for certain events. I didn't know if that translated to all the daily races as well, but it sounds like it does. So appreciate you working that out for me. Let's have some fun. I mean, I need to learn Fuji very quickly here in GT3s. But it's the same for everything. That's the point of today. Jump in, do some laps, have some fun, see what happens. I'm going to be under pressure, though. If everyone else in the server, as it looks like... I mean, it's fixed setup as well. If everyone else is actually... Oh, it is raining. If everyone's like bronze or, you know, silver, if I'm higher ranked than most people... It's going to be tricky because I am going to have to like do really well to gain anything. But I'm also not going to lose as much because it's all ×1. It's less, what's the word? There's less at stake, good or bad, basically. Right, oh goodness. Hypercar forced me back quite heavy on the way at the pits, that's fine. Do you know if Traction is getting E8 the May DLC? Oh, getting early access. Yeah, I read that as EA, as in EA Sports. I do not know, Ike. I do not know. I would expect so. We've had early access to most things before. But obviously, there's no guarantees for anything, right? Depends if it's ready in time. Depends if we're on... Maybe we're not on a list. Maybe we're on a list. So yeah, I'd hope so, but we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot happening in May as well, because you've also obviously got... We've got the build-up to the F1 games. Okay, I need windscreen wipers. It's fixed setup, so we can play around with the traction control and ABS, so we can do a bit of that in this race. I'm trying to find my windscreen wipers right now. I think it's W. There you go. There's no auto. There you go. Auto. I can't see anything. Oh, and it is the chicane layout, isn't it? Which I did not prepare for. I think this race... Does this race start on the hour? I think it's on the hour. So it's 12 o'clock. So the key here is going to be, if it is wet, which you guys in the comments are saying it's been wet in the races, it's wet in the practice session. So the key here is going to be learning how to get the most pace in the wet. Don't know what traction control settings, but I'm going to run quite low. Someone said something earlier, was it Andrews? He gave some advice about slip angle versus power cut. I think it was like keep the slip angle quite high and maybe turn down the rest. I might be wrong. So I'll maybe listen to that advice. Around Interlagos, I definitely discovered lower traction control settings were better, so maybe I need to go and watch the stream back and find out what settings I had, but I just know it was low. I think everything was quite low. You essentially want less interference, more like manual control. Yeah, everyone give Dan lots of pain. We can blame Dan. I don't know if it's Dan's decision, but I do not mind blaming Dan. Sort it out, Dan. We all have skill issues. Skill issues is an open spectrum. It's a sliding scale. We all have skill issues. It just we all sit at different places on the scale. Maybe David Tanitsa is an exception, or Jurne Simoncic, or Marcel Chinchuk, or Michi Hoyer, or Jesper Pedersen. I can't see anything. I swear I put my wipers on auto and look. Absolutely nothing. I think maybe they don't acknowledge spray, they just acknowledge rain, if that makes sense. I really need a button, don't I? That's force feedback reset. That's neutral. Okay, let's let's assign a red button to wipers, shall we? I know I'm on the track right now, but I kind of want to keep driving. Car controls, wipers. That'll do. I already had a button assigned for it. Didn't want to discover what that was right now. Okay. There we go. So sorry for parking on the racing line. Or on the racetrack, I should say. Right. So it's going to be another quick learning experience, I think. Got 313 on the traction control. Are you quick referencing the minimap? Yeah, I mean, thankfully I know Fuji from many, many years of Gran Turismo 4 and every other game after it, so I just haven't driven this combo in this game. But you're right, I can't see a thing. I'm just kind of guessing. And I'm nowhere near the pace yet. But I'm gonna attempt to manually control the traction here and just... I don't think you want to go too low on it. I'm maybe too low at the moment. Let's try 4-2-3. Just best game ever, just saying. Best game ever, Gran Turismo 4. So many flaws. Oh, someone's crashed. So many flaws, but the best game ever. Right, where am I braking? 100? It's too late, isn't it? A little bit too late. So somewhere between 150 and 100. We've established turn 1. What next? After 100, before 50? Yeah, somewhere in that range, but make sure you get the car turned in. Just talking out loud about how I'm learning this track right now, then it's kind of like one apex through here, let it run wide. Bit of throttle to get it back in for the second apex. Let it run out wide, back to the right, on the brakes before the Michelin thing, in you go. Power on over the curb, very wide exit. Curb, grass. And then braking, what, after the Goodyear bridge here, so round about the shadow of the bridge, I guess. But that's probably going to move. Yeah, that was about right. At least I can actually see now. Not a massive fan of this Corvette, to be honest. I prefer the older one. Just sounds a bit rubbish. There was a guy who was fastest that was like 3 seconds ahead of me, so definitely possible to do. What's that? Mid 148s maybe. Yeah, pole setter. I think you're right. There's a few up there. There's a few options that are really good sims, but it's definitely up there. Right. That was maybe a bit too early, was it? Well, maybe not. I barely gained by doing that, to be honest. I was almost quicker going in a bit deeper, so clearly there's more time to be gained there. Here I want to get turned in earlier. Use the curb. Big gains. Got our session starting in a couple of minutes. Or this one ending in 3 minutes. Use the power all the way out there. Oh, that was terrible. Okay, so need to not fall too far to the left through the exit of the double right-hander. When I'm actually in the race, I'm not going to be able to see a thing. No one's going to be able to see a thing other than the person on pole. Don't know if I should change my ABS as well. Nope. Try and get one more lap in. It's just a general slab of ice.
Lap 150.91.
Okay, braking here. That was good. Bit of a screen freeze on exit. Stay over to the right this time. So we can get brakes and turned for the left on the power. We're still a long way off the pace, but hopefully we'll learn more in the race. No, understeer. Lost all of the time we've gained in this last sector. It's been woeful. It's going to be a challenge first race, but let's just have some fun with it. Nice to do another wet race other than just Interlagos, so that'll be good. We're about 9/10 off the pace in this session. I think we're a lot more than that off the overall pace. But we'll see what pace is like in the split. See, obviously it's going to change because of the weather's going to be different every time. I've been booted. Okay. Oh, look who's here. Random call signs here. Is he streaming as well? Let me find out. Let's see. Just so I know who to crash into. Random call sign, are you streaming? Yes, he is. Excellent. Must beat Ricardo. Might not beat Ricardo, must beat Ricardo. What's Ricardo's pace like? we're just gonna watch his stream together, but you're not seeing it, it's just me watching it. No, he's in a practice session that's just coming to an end as well, so that should be fun. We're gonna be in the same split, which is gonna be the top split. Hope you're all having a nice Friday. Normally at this time, what's this, 12 o'clock? This is where I start thinking about the stream. This time we're already a race in. We've got a P4 in hypercar. We're ready. Well, we're not ready to go for another wet GT3 race. And then I'm thinking after this, if the numbers are good, I will do the weekly race at Spa in the hypercar, which will be a bit longer. Have a bit of fun with that. Good rating potential gains there. I'll maybe have a few minutes I maybe need to grab some food after this race, but we'll see if we can get straight in for that one. And if the numbers aren't there, it's all good. We'll just pick races. We'll just do something else. But look at the sign-up difference between this and the advanced races. It kind of makes sense, right? To get to the advanced races, you need to be playing a lot. It's obviously middle of the day and a weekday, so the numbers in the evening are going to be much higher. The numbers at the weekend are going to be higher. So there's just not many people playing these races at this time of day. The problem is if you don't get the numbers in the first place, people don't expect the numbers to be there. People then don't aim for those races, and that's it. Good numbers for the intermediate races though, so we'll do some more of them later if we can't do beginner. There's a prototype classic at Circuit of the Americas. Love the LMP2s, go really well in the LMP2s. I think I've had pole in every LMP2 qualifying session I've done so far, but the races didn't go so well last time. And also, I hate Circuit of the Americas. I'm terrible at it. Maybe that's a reason to do it later. See if I can get some good Circuit of the America vibes going, which has never happened before. Oh, nice one, Dave. I'll do my best. Whenever I get oversteer, are you gonna get oversteer in your treadmill? One ankle breaker. Right, 1 minute to go before the event starts. 106 entrants, so there's gonna be a few different splits. We've got a lot of silver in here, and I'm in. Is there any other Corvettes, or am I the only one? There's another Corvette there. Guy Dabura is in a Corvette and might be in the top split. There's another Corvette further down. It's not a very popular choice. But once I've driven this car, I will have driven every single GT3 car on stream, I believe, in a race. Let's go. Fixed setup again, guys, as well, so I can't use my overpowered Go setups, unfortunately, for this one. Who's going to win out of me and Ricardo? I don't know if I've actually raced Ricardo before. Don't know if he's in the same boat as me, going in underprepared or not. But he's got a higher driver ranking than me. But I think I had a higher one before that nightmare of the last stream, so... Get your predictions in. If you want to see the other POV, go on Random Call Sign on YouTube, and you'll be able to see both POVs if we end up in a battle. Who knows? And also subscribe to him, because he makes some great sim racing content, and is a very nice guy. Okay. We have 6 splits, so this is the strong split. We do have another Corvette in the split. It's dry at the moment, maybe dry in the race, which is... I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. We've got to do a lot of learning. Oh, it's not dry. Okay, it's dry, but it's raining. Going out in slicks. Just a little oversteer warm-up, let's say. Going out in cold slicks in the wet. With low traction, just for a bit of fun. Straight on. So I'm going to guess it's going to be wet in qualifying as well. So I need to remember to take wet tyres. Even the engineer's like, what are you doing? Get on wets. Immediately. Yeah, I mean, it's already... It said 0% track conditions, but I think maybe the UI was just loading in. Because this is clearly not 0% 0% wetness. Understeer. Oversteer. Lots of McLarens in the server, which makes sense because it's one of the 2 free GT3 cars. Locking up. Turn. Not that much. Unturn. Return. Nice J-turn from the McLaren. I thought we'd run out of types of turns, but there you go. Anyway, yeah, wet tires. Very wet tires. Please. What else are we going to do? I mean, we'll obviously change the electronics out on circuit. That's fine. Fuel. Let's get rid of some fuel. We do not need that much fuel. Don't know how much fuel we do need, but not 80 litres. I was practicing with 80, so to be fair, that will help the pace a little. Let's do what, 30 litres? 28 litres for qualifying. 26 litres. We can't be using that much, surely. It was only 7 minutes, so yeah, we really wet tires. We really don't need much fuel here, I don't think. Especially because it's wet, we're doing slower lap times. Let's just go with, yeah, let's go 22 litres. That'll do, maybe. It says 40% wet, 0% rain, so wet tires. Let's get out there. Let's just get out there and see what happens. Brake bias, bit to the rear, always like that. Traction, we're gonna run with it quite low. And we'll play around with it if need be. We'll go 3-4-3 for this first laps. We've got more fuel than everyone, that's fine, don't mind. There's only a tiny bit more. 21 litres is apparently 8 laps of fuel, so yeah, definitely overfueled. But I've been doing so many races on ×2 fuel around Monza in the dry that I'm like paranoid over not taking enough fuel. Okay, so let's get, I mean the wet tires are already, I think we've got tyre warmers, so the temperature's okay, it's just the brakes. See what we can drag this Corvette to in this race then. I'm thinking qualifying, if I can get top, I'm going to say top 8 or top 10. Top 10, maybe, realistically. I would be pretty chuffed. If I'm 9th on this qualifying, I'm going to be okay with that. Haven't touched the ABS settings in the default, so I think it's okay though, because we are still locking up sometimes when I absolutely mash the pedal, so I don't think we need to go any lower really. See what happens. We've only got, I mean, we've done our out lap and we've got 4.5 minutes left, so we're only going to get like 2 or 3 laps. I need to make this count. Try and get a banker in maybe. All I care about is beating Ricardo. Not a bad start. Too early on the turn in. It's okay. Stay off the curbs, John. Too much curb on the exit. It's not been a bad start, I would say, for a banker lap, though, honestly. Don't mind using that curb. Or this one, because you kind of need to get to the inside of the corner. Bit of a late turn in for this left here. Use the throttle. Nice. Not bad. Not bad. No idea what I'm doing through here yet, so we're just going to let the car run out a bit wide. Rotate it. Power on. Yeah, long way from ideal, but I'm feeling my way around the circuit. I'm quite happy with that first lap. I don't really... There's not too much I would change about it now until I learn more. So let's see where we end up. 149, we're 4th at the moment. 1.4 off the pace. So let's... We'll stick with the traction control there, actually. So we'll go a bit tighter into the first corner, see if it helps. Yep, so that's... Okay, so tighter in the first corner works. That's what I'm now learning. Just looking at the relative, basically. A bit later on the brakes into this one. A bit more curb cutting. Yeah, big gains on entrance. Front tyres overheating a lot. Use the rears more. Yeah, so we can be more aggressive into that left-hander. Because we gained a lot there, like 3/10 maybe. I was pretty good through here, to be fair. Could have used the brakes a little bit later, I'd say. Not as good a second sector. Not as good through there either, I'm going to say. Kind of just losing everything I gained through the last sector. Look at the McLarens. Look at those McLarens, absolutely dominating the top 8. It's literally all McLarens and I'm just kind of chilling with them. But I'm miles off pole. Maybe I'll try playing around with this a little. So go up to 4 in the slip angle, down to 2 overall. Probably too low now. Lost too much in the first sector, but let's see if I can get it back. Too wide through there, I think. So it compromises you all the way into here. Missed the apex. But the X is pretty good. Avoiding that curve on the inside, so we're still not far away. A couple of tenths. Braked later in there, as I said I should. But I missed the... See, I missed the curb. And now my line's all wrong. And I'm going to be royally screwed. Yeah, there you go. Look at the time. So even though I thought I braked too early for that corner, you need to get all the way over that curb. And then it's going to make such a big difference because I've just lost like 4 tenths doing that. So that's good knowledge. A bit of throttle to get through these ones. I mean, we're 1.6 off the pace, so clearly I'm losing a lot somewhere. Or I'm probably losing a lot in a lot of places as well. But, I mean, it looks like it's a McLaren party. P1's 1.2 up the road, and then it's just all McLarens. Yeah. Hey, Dave, how's it going? We've got Dave G, and we've got just Dave GG. I thought original Dave G might be... I thought you might both be the same Dave with different accounts, but clearly there's 2 Dave Gs. Welcome, both of you. Why are there so many McLarens? Probably because it's the free car, right? The Mustang's the other free car. Or just because they're good in the wet. I don't know. I really don't know. But hey, we'll take best of the rest. Where's Ricardo? Where is Ricardo? Did he start from the back? Or has he quit? No! He should be in this race, because he's got higher driver ranking than me. I'm good, thanks, Dave. I'm trialing something new this morning, or today. Oh no, okay, Ricardo's ahead of me. Great, okay, that's good. I thought he disappeared. I was not looking in the right places. Excellent. So we're next to each other on the grid. I'm good, yeah. I'm trialing a new stream strategy today, which is just do lots of races, like have fun, start just picking away at random races. Don't put too much thought into it. Don't do any prep, just because I've not had the chance to do prep anyway. Just like have some fun and stream for a longer time from earlier in the day, and people can pop in and out. And yeah, it's been great so far. Really good first race. You should go back and watch that later. It was hilarious. First lap at Monza. Very much you'd need to watch that if you haven't. But it went well. Yeah. Yeah, watch the first lap of that first race later on, Dave, when you get a chance. I don't think anything will top that, to be honest. It was just absolute carnage. Right, how much fuel do we need? I've done no fuel calculations. It's a 20-minute race, so probably not that much. Probably like, I think 36 litres is probably going to be fine, right? Yeah, in the wet. We'll go 40 to be safe. Probably don't need to, I don't think. We're barely burning any. We'll do 36. Wet tyres, because it's a wet track. Looks like me and Ricardo are primed for a good battle here. Because we're next to each other on the grid. Okay. Wrong button. Auto wipers. Actually, I'm going to put them on fast for the first lap because it's going to be crazy. Auto headlights will do.
Formation lap has started.
Let's do this. Race number 2. Yeah, I'm in prime Bork position here. As long as I don't do the Bottasing, we'll be alright. Warm the brakes. Okay. Get ready. Let's see what happens. Out of line, I'm in line. No! There we go. I was very scared I was going to get a drive-through.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, traction. I forgot about the traction. Quick! That'll do. I think inside's kind of safer here. That was, I completely forgot to sort my traction control. Okay, now I need to actually look where I'm going and not at the electronics menu. I don't even know what settings I'm on. We're just gonna go with it, guys. I'll maybe change it if I get a second later on. Ricardo's P4, I lost a place there, P6. Nice and cautious in the opening corner. That's a good move. Yes. All right, happy with that. It was ambitious, but I knew I could brake a bit later than they were, and I knew I would still get it stopped, which was the key thing. So I took advantage of an opportunity, basically. Which for me, I usually am a bit too cautious in the opening lap, as you'll have seen so far in the series. So kind of happy I went for that, really. Right. Come on, Ricardo. What's traction control at then? 5.35.
That time was a 1.
We'll go down to 3.34.
9.8.
Can't see the corners. See, look there. I was turning in way too early because I don't yet have my kind of natural rhythm yet with it, and I'm kind of guessing. So it's tricky when you can't see a thing. Yeah, random is just there. That's also why it was crucial to make that move on lap 1, because what's really important here is nothing other than beating Ricardo. I need to actually catch him first, though, so I need to sort my driving out, really. Because at the moment, he's slightly gapping me, but it's very close. One little mistake and that changes it. I've got low traction control, so I'm really going to be working the tyres, and I've just got to kind of concentrate on my throttle application and just be smooth, and then actually use the lack of traction to my advantage rather than disadvantage. That's the key here. Not convinced it's the... I just don't know yet what the quickest settings are, to be quite honest. So we'll go 4.34. I think up it a tiny bit, just for now. See if that helps us.
Time 1:49.99.
Can't see anything. It's crazy, isn't it? It's like real life, but it's incredibly challenging. That's rubbish. Slightly better. Still, you can see me like taking 2 bites at that corner every time. That specific corner, I just don't know when to turn in. If I could see it, I would know. Everyone's in the same boat, though. Try and get that gap up to a second to the car behind, and it kind of takes a little bit of the immediate pressure off. Finally got my apex. So treacherous, isn't it? If you guys have done this, right? I know some of you have done this race this week, and that's why you're complaining at Dan for picking it. Oh! There we go. Right. Let battle commence. He made a bit of a mistake there, did Ricardo? Let's have some fun now. Oh, he's got the grunt. He's got the slipstream. Not going to be clear, though. Need to pick out my braking spot here sensibly. Oh, he's gone round the outside. Try the cutback. No, good driving by Ricardo there. Tried to switch back and wasn't far enough to do it. We're obviously going to keep it clean. That's going to be the other priority. It's no fun if one of us ends up off the track. Don't know if shifting second short there is actually the right thing to do, but it seems to be what I'm naturally doing without thinking about it, so I'll probably just keep doing that. Keep the pressure on him. Don't know if you have to go... I don't know how wide in the last corner is optimal in these conditions, to be honest. I mean, I don't even know how wide is optimal in the dry around here. It's such a tricky one. Yeah, I might have a touch too much energy, but in the GT3 race, it doesn't matter if you've got too much energy. It doesn't add weight, it just adds pit stop time, but there are no pit stops, so don't worry about that. It's going defensive, that's fine. We're going to stick to the outside. Then switch back. No, I'm not going to be able to switch back here. Keep the pressure on him. Nice exit. Should I go for it into the chicane? I don't know. Let's see what he does. Don't know where he's braking either. Don't know if he's going to be safe or not. He's gone too deep. Slightly. It's okay, he's defensive. Nothing wrong with that. Sorry for not looking at the chat, guys. I will if I get the chance, but I need a long straight and a bit of breathing room to do that, and that's not what I've got right now. Let's try and sneak down the inside to put the pressure on him. Not actually trying to do a move there, just trying to scare him into running wide or doing something silly. You leave, the thing is, in that last corner, if you take the normal line, you leave the door open for an overtake. And if you go for it, as long as you get down the inside safely, it's totally legit, but it's just not very, like, I don't think we need to do that right now. We're just going to cost each other a lot of time. I think I've worked out that I am capable of being later on the brakes than him into turn one, which maybe is something I can use to my advantage later on, you know? Sorry, Ricardo. I locked up. I had to let him go there. I was trying to turn, but I was totally locked, and he turned in, but he had the right to turn in, so I couldn't avoid the contact. You cannot go around the outside there, so you might as well just defend the inside and slow it right up, because no amount of late braking you're going to get away with in that chicane. here though. Well, I've got yellow damage, but that doesn't really do much. Yeah, that contact was definitely more on me. I kind of tried to go down the inside, but as you can see, I couldn't get the car turned. I was just understeering too much. And then we kind of met in the middle, but, you know, I was overtaking the car. I should have tried to keep it tighter. And obviously he didn't really leave extra room, but he doesn't really need to. And it was fine anyway. It was a small bump. It was all good. Right. See what happens now. So we've got the leaders just running away, that's fine. I think me and Ricardo are having too much fun to worry about second and third here. We've got to worry about 6th place for sure. Right in the mix, but that's fine. Don't mind an extra car being in there. I think I'm later on the brakes as into T1. Definitely keeping the pressure on him. We've gapped P6 again. Giving me a fair fight. I think T1 might be the way to go. I'm later on the brakes than him. And then he seems to make more mistakes into turn 3 as well, running wide, but there's not much I can do there other than what I tried to do, which was kind of get a run from that and then send it down the inside of the hairpin, which I did and just didn't do a very great job of. Just pinched the tyres a little, locked up a tiny bit. But it's just so, there's such little grip out there that, you know, even though it looks like I could just lift off the brake and turn, there's just not enough grip to do that. That's why it's so good to use the rear of the car to, like, use low traction control and actually use the lack of traction to actually get the car rotated. That's a good exit, like that. That was exactly what I wanted. Don't think I've got the grunt. Side draft. Oh, it's just neck and neck. I don't think I'm gaining anything, but I do have the inside line for the hairpin, so I just need to get it stopped. There we go. And cover the inside. You can't really go around the outside here, I don't think. Yes. Done. Nice battle, Ricardo. Sorry for the contact in the hairpin, but that was great. Now, I don't know if now that I'm in front, he's going to be pressuring me, or whether I'm going to be able to kind of run away a bit here. Let's try. I would love more of a battle, but I would also love to beat him. So let's maybe try the running away thing, and if it doesn't work, I'll just pretend I wanted a battle. But Ricardo might get quicker now if he's behind me. He might use me as a kind of safety net for braking zones, and like I was doing with him, really just kind of slowly edging up towards me, because I definitely don't have the best pace here. Making mistakes and not driving to the limits for sure, but we're all sliding around. Main thing is getting a good exit onto that last straight, because I think the McLaren in the slipstream is quicker on the straights than the Corvette based on this race. Because I got a slipstream with him last lap and I pulled alongside and I couldn't get clear at all, whereas when he slipstreamed up to me earlier, he might have had a better exit, but he went straight past, so. I saw that I was later on the brakes into turn 1, and that definitely helped me with the move. Still 0.7 behind me, so he's hanging on in there. 4 minutes to go, guys. Couple of laps. 3 laps, maybe. Not braking on the curb, just to be safe. He's gained right in again on me. No, too much oversteer. Just can't afford to have him close out of that last corner. That's the key here. We're good for fuel.
That time was a 1:49.01.
Fastest lap for Ricardo on that lap. Oh, he's right there. So yeah, I'm not running away. Not running away. Blue shell would be nice. Even right now, honestly, a wee green shell behind me or a banana would be fantastic. What I don't want is a Ricardo red shell. Can a dry line appearing? Should probably turn my wiper off. Yeah, I'm probably can be a bit more aggressive now because there is a kind of dry line appearing and I'm still driving it like it's fully wet. I'm struggling compared to Ricardo. But just got to kind of defend the inside. Oh no, that's wide. All good. All right, it's as good an exit as I can get, but I've only got 3/10. So I think he's going to be on me here into the braking zone. Now, do I stay wide on the drying line and make sure I've got grip under braking? I think I probably do. Or do I defend the inside? I think I'm going to have to. If I force him to the dry line and I get the wet line, I can't stop. So I'm going to go dry line and brake late because I know I can brake later than him here. Just going to go straight on, surely. I actually still went late, and he went later, and I thought, there's no way he's making it. If I'd have been more sensible, I could have undercut him way earlier. But instead, I was like, I also went for the stupid, bold, late move. Sorry, my bad. Thought it was clear. That's 2 bits of contact we've had. Both have been my fault. Just putting that out there. I was trying to do a switch back on him and I misjudged it with the front of the car. Great race though. And we've got this third car in the mix, which is going to cause us issues, I think. So hard, I think, to lead. Like, as soon as I'm in front, Ricardo's all over me. As soon as Ricardo's in front, I can stick with him. One more lap. But I don't think I've got the grunt. I'm trying, Jeff. I'm trying. Also, see you soon. I've gone too early. I was hoping he would go a bit later. Still doable here. It's still doable. It's less likely, but still possible. Cooling his tires down. I'm going to have to send it earlier than the last corner if I want to do this. Or not earlier than the last corner, but I need to send it before the pit straight, basically. I'm not going to do anything stupid, but it depends how much of an opportunity he gives me or how defensive he goes. I need him to go defensive thinking I'm going to send it, basically. But he knows what he's doing, look at that. Oh! He's lost the rear. No, it's not going to happen. I don't have the grunt, look. Oh, he's done it. Fair play. Deserves it. Well done, Ricardo. Well done. Deserving victor in that battle. Raced really clean. I made a couple of little errors and caused a bit of contact, but nothing too bad. Great stuff. Great stuff. P5. I said at the qualifying session if I can get top 8, top 10, I'd be happy without the prep. And yeah, I'll take it. Good fun race. We'll see what that does to the ratings. Oh, nice. Tom was watching both. I'm gonna go and apologize. For the contact, but what's the time? So we've got 23 minutes till the weekly event. So we'll do the weekly event if we get enough of an entry. Oh, we actually lost driver ranking because that shows how strong the field was. I'm just commenting on Ricardo's stream. There we go. Right. Very gentlemanly, yes. Very gentlemanly. We got safety ranking S2, so that's great. We got some gains. Not that it really matters at this point. It just means that we're safe gold. So a little bits of contact here and there don't stress me out like they would have done at the start of the series when I was trying to keep it clean. Now I feel like I'm clean enough. I've made that progress. We're okay. Unfortunately, we did lose driver ranking just because we were one of the stronger cars in that split. So even P5 means we lose. That's brutal, that is. So I can't just jump into a GT3 race unprepared and expect a good result or expect to gain driver ranking. It's just not like all I'm doing is setting myself up for a fall. So that's a bit of a shame. But also that's the whole point of driver ranking is you shouldn't care about it. You should just race and you get put in the races you're meant to be in and it's all fun. But obviously when the series is road to gold, you kind of want I've got other ambitions. Okay, weekly race at Spa. I'm going to take 5 minutes just to have a drink, maybe even grab some food. Since we've been going since the morning. We've got 34, okay, here we go. 34 hypercar entries for the WEC weekly. Let's do it. Let's just register straight away. Lots of Toyotas and Ferraris. I'll go a Porsche, because there's not many Porsches. We're going to go the 75-year anniversary livery, because it's very, very cool. Register. I need to get up to speed, but I have driven Spa in a Porsche on stream before, so shouldn't take me as long. This is a 95-minute race, guys. 3 times driver ranking, so it is going to be important to get a good result. Look at all the guys with higher rankings than me in here, though, so this is going to be good, and it's also going to be very competitive. Open setup, 2 times fuel, so strategy is going to be key, and I do not know the strategy, so we'll be copying a lot of other people as well. 20 minutes to go, so I'm going to go take a break. I'll keep the stream going. Hey, Marco, welcome to the stream. I'll keep this going. I'll just pop on a little be right back screen. And I'll be back in 5 or 10 or however many minutes it takes to pee and eat some food. And we'll come and do this massive weekly event and see how we get on. But appreciate you guys tuning in so far, and we'll see you again very shortly. I am back. Absolutely slammed down some jam on toast. It was very, very nice. Now I've probably got jam and toast everywhere. Right, we can't join a practice session for this, but I am going to quickly go on an offline session. I'm registered 13 minutes, so that means it starts on the hour. So let's very quickly fire up an offline practice session to do just a couple of laps, just so I'm a little bit warm, because this is going to be relentless. The quality of field is insane. Hey Erwin, how's it going? So all of the information is in the description below, but just to let you know, I'm using the SimLab. Let me show you. I'll show you once I'm loading into the session, actually, because the loading times are still a bit R-factory. Not too bad. They're actually better than they were. Don't know what layout we're going for in terms of the pit lane. You can't see this anyway. We're going to Porsche, so let's just jump into Porsche. We'll make sure that the preset is heavy for a few laps, just so we get a kind of grippy track. And then we're going to do it. Yes, so. Wheel. Very pretty, very beautiful. The SimLab Mercedes-AMG PETRONAS F1 team steering wheel. Something like that anyway. It's the official Mercedes F1 wheel. Exactly the same as the real thing from last year. Even with the same clutch paddles and everything. Albeit, obviously for sim racing, so different connections and stuff like that. But it is the proper F1 wheel. All the proper buttons. You've got stickers with it as well, so you can customize it, which I haven't done. But yeah, there you go. Great wheel. And then the base is the Simucube 2 Pro. So love it to bits. And you can find out more about that on the Traxion website, because I reviewed it recently. Okay. We are going to pick a car setup. But if you've just joined the stream, we're doing open setup race next. I have to hide this because we are using a Go setup, which is a setup shop. Where you don't have to create your own setups. You can just download them online. You can subscribe to Go Setups, and then some wonderful people, very fast racing drivers, including the likes of Marcel Chinchik, have created esports level setups for you to load in and use in open setup races. It takes away all of the pain and the effort of creating one from scratch yourself. So, if that sounds like something that interests you, there is a link in the description below to get to Go Setups, and you can subscribe yourself. And also, if you use the code TRAXION at checkout, you can get 10% discount on your first order. And I'd highly recommend it, because the first time I jumped on Go Setups for this stream series, the first time I did an open setup series was an LMP tour in Monza, and I stuck it on pole in the top split by like 9/10. And yeah, I was just amazed. Like, so good having been able to do that without any effort. So I'd thoroughly recommend it. Go and check them out, and thank you to them for supporting this series. Okay. Shall we do some laps? Not many laps. Back in the Porsche, first time in a while. Back at Spa, which is probably the track I've done the most in this series, I would say, but it's an amazing track, so no complaints. The racing's always good. Traffic's always chaotic. And I quite enjoyed the Porsche around here last time, but it was fixed setup last time I did this. So let's see how we get on. Don't have to worry too much about finding ideal settings. Obviously, the traction control I can take down a little bit once I get the tyres warmed up. But I don't have to worry about migration, bias, everything's been done for me. Fuel ratio's been worked out for me. So it's fairly straightforward. Double fuel though in this Spa race, so it's going to be quite a few pit stops, I think, and strategy's going to be important, but obviously I don't know what the strategy is going to be because I haven't done any prep, as per. So we will wing it. Race starts at 1 o'clock, so I've got 10 minutes before the session kicks off. I've got no lap target on the fuel as well, so that's fine. Oh. Need to let the tires come in a little bit more before I start driving like a full-on numpty. Hey there, Nulla? Not sure I pronounced that, but welcome. How are you getting on? If you've happened to just tune in and you're wondering what game this is, it's Le Mans Ultimate on PC, early access, official game of the World Endurance Championship. And if you've not heard of it before and you're wondering whether or not to invest in it and to buy it, then you should maybe check out our video that we've done probably 3 or 4 weeks ago now. I can't remember how long ago it was, but is Le Mans Ultimate worth it in 2025? If you have a look on the Traction YouTube channel, you'll be able to find it. And if this game is new to you, you can hear all of my opinions about it. Right, get some decent laps in, let's see. If I can start with like a 203 or something. I need to stop locking up though. That's going to be the first port of call. I've just been driving a GT3 with ABS, so I need to get back into hypercar mode, I think. I should have also said, when you subscribe to Go Setups, you can download any car and track combination that they've created. There are thousands on there from different games, LMU, ACC, iRacing, all of the big sims. And they also include not only kind of esports level speed setups, but also safe setups and wet setups. So if that GT3 race I just did was open setup, I could have downloaded a Corvette Fuji wet setup. And then we would have been golden. Okay, this has been a bad lap. Hey John, welcome. Nice to see you again. It was a bit of an early start today compared to usual, but just wanted to get ahead of the curve and get some racing going in the morning rather than just kind of waiting around. So, and preparing. Who needs preparing when you can race? That's the way I'm looking at it. Get rid of the time lapse of practice and just do a race session instead of something completely different. Oh, hey, welcome. First time on the stream, nice. Traction is a sim racing media outlet, essentially. So I am Traction when it comes to the YouTube channel, but I also have my colleague Osley who edits the videos, and we also have a team on the website. So if you visit TraxionGG, we have all the latest sim racing news, reviews, esports coverage, guides, all that kind of stuff. All takes place on the Traction website, and there's a team of 3 people working on that, and then we also have the YouTube channel and social media channels, and you'll see me on the YouTube channel and all the videos. You might see some other appearances from other people as well, but it's a team effort, small team, but a team effort nonetheless. But yeah, good to see you. Hopefully you enjoy this upcoming special event that we're about to take part in. Multi-class hypercar racing around Spa, open setup. First time doing open setup at Spa. That is not how you take the chicane. Went in too hot. Just trying to get myself slightly attuned to the combo before we jump into this. It's going to be a very competitive race as well, with lots of good drivers, high driver rankings. Oh dear. I think I know why I'm locking up because I've not turned my motor map up. That would make a lot more sense. Once we burn off a little bit of energy, we should be able to settle with the original settings. You can feel that this car's got lots of speed potential in it, lots of grip. I'm needing to kind of get the hang of it a little bit, and then I'll be able to actually use the oversteer to my advantage speed-wise, but because I'm just kind of getting up to speed, I'm not quite there with it yet, so it's going to take just a little bit of adjustment of my driving style and to get used to it, and then we should be grand. All of us from the UK? Yes. So on the website side, Tom is from around Leeds, so North England. Ross is from Scotland, like myself. He's from Kinross, near Edinburgh. Martin is from Bristol. And then on the video side, so obviously I'm from Scotland, I'm from the Highlands, so north of Scotland, but I live in Glasgow. And Osley, our video editor, is from England as well, southern England. So we're from mainly Scotland and England in terms of the actual Traction editorial team. And we have a kind of base in Newcastle as well, along with Grid Finder, which is an organisation you can go to if you want to find some fantastic league racing and organise your own leagues, join other people's leagues. And we record some videos in Newcastle as well as here in Glasgow. So if you see kind of hardware reviews or podcasts, for instance, they're generally recorded in Newcastle these days. Which makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because we have people from South England, from Scotland, and from North England, so Newcastle's right in the middle. For any of you guys who are in the UK, you'll know the geography, but Newcastle's pretty good spot for us all to get to. Oh. Yeah, that corner, I definitely need to be a bit more controlled into there. My battery's a bit drained appropriately now, so I need to manage that. But this is just a practice run anyway, so we'll get comfortable with all of that. Three minutes till the session starts. Yeah, I don't have like a Glaswegian accent or anything, so a lot of people, when you associate Scottish accents, Scottish voices, it's kind of Glasgow because it's quite strong. So I live in Glasgow, so I'm surrounded by lots of what you would call, outside of Scotland, what you would call stereotypical Scottish accents. But I'm from the Highlands, so I have a bit of a softer accent. It's a bit more neutral, I would say. Not everyone from the Highlands has a softer accent, trust me. Do I participate? Yes, I do. I to be honest, I haven't in a wee while. I've done the Indy 500 a few times in the past. I actually won the Indy 500 once in a lower split, like split 17 or something, but still, it was fun. Daytona 500, which I've crashed out of many times. Road America 500, me and Ross took on a couple of years ago, not on YouTube or anything, but just for fun, and we were leading by miles. I think I stuck it on pole or front row. Ross did an amazing job in the first stint. I did a good job in the first stint. Ross did an amazing job in the next stint, and we had a pretty solid lead. And then I binned it with 10 laps to go from the lead. And we had like 13 minutes of damage repairs, and I think we finished 13th or something. So I have taken on Road America 500 in the past. It causes me a lot of trauma, because I absolutely threw away a nailed-on victory in the top class. I don't know what split it was, but definitely not split 1. Oh, nice. So where were you from originally, Dave, and where are you now? Obviously, you don't have to give out personal information on the stream. I'm from like 45 minutes north of Inverness, so it's fairly north, but not right at the tip, you know? Okay, practice session fairly, I wouldn't say successful, but at least I'm slightly dialed in and making the mistakes now, not in a minute, so I think I'll be okay for the race. So let's get joined. Yeah, you can definitely hear you're Scottish on your videos, Dave. Oh, from Forest, nice. Oh, you're not far away then. You're not too far away. I'm from Tain, which is just north of like Invergordon, Alness, on the A9, just before Dornoch. And yeah, Forest I've been to many times. Played tennis in Forest back in the day. Nice timing. 12 seconds. Okay, so how's it looking? We have lots of strong drivers in the split, which is great. Assuming I'm in the top split. So that's really good news, because it means that I'm not expected to finish towards the front, and I can just, you know, bed myself in, see how we get on, and hopefully gain some rating. Thank you, Jeff. Enjoy your lunch. And Esme, enjoy your lunch. Sorry I couldn't pick a purple livery. Someone at Porsche, you need to get onto about that. What are you having for lunch? I hammered down a slice of jam toast for during my 5-minute interval, so that'll fuel me for this 90-minute race, I'm sure. Yorkshire's great though. Excellent. Thank you, Jeff. What are you having? That's the important part. This is going to be a really testing race. It's going to require... This is going to be a bit like Monza, where I'm not going to... I don't think... my brain is going to be so like occupied with so many different things. I'm going to have to think about fuel, keep an eye on the other people, but I don't know what the strategy is going to be. So I can't plan ahead of how much lift and coast. I've just got to kind of wing it. Pit lane entry, I haven't practiced. Car and track combo, I have definitely done in the past, so I've got no excuses, but I need to get more up to speed. I've not driven the setup, so there's a bit more work to do, but the setup should be quick, so I just need to get myself into the zone. And then we'll see. Oh, cheers, Dave. See you later on. Oh, you're Spanish. Nilla. Nice. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Or you're in Spain, at least. Oh, no, you say it as Spaniard. Nice. Spanish round of the World Rally Championship this weekend, of course. Okay. I shall load up my setup. And take to the track. We've got 4 minutes of practice. And then we're... I don't actually know. I don't think it's the endurance pit lane. I need to make sure I've got energy in my... I need juice in the battery when I come into the pit lane, because the Porsche is one of these cars that jump starts on the battery, so I need to make sure. That's something I really need to think about. Oh no, it is the endurance pit lane. Oops, a daisy. That's a penalty. Okay. I looked at the little graph on the map and thought, oh, okay, it's the normal, original pit lane, but it's not, it's the endurance. Okie dokie, so let's try that again. Didn't want to get a penalty. It is so long. Oh, well done. Second place, nice one. The main thing as well, like, if you have a race like that, yeah, if everyone's in the same wavelength, or on the same wavelength and keeping it clean, it doesn't really matter. You know, you can have such a good race on LMU, as long as you have some people that are similar pace, and, oh. Pit wall. You can have such good races when people are actually respecting each other and keeping it clean. Obviously, there's still mistakes happen. Like, we see it. Doesn't matter how clean you are, you can still make mistakes. But I think tire-wise, looking at the graph in the top left, it looks like some people are on soft. So maybe in qualifying, I can take softs. Again, no prep. So I'm guessing on the tires. I think mediums for the race, softs for qualifying, if that's an option. Turn the motor map up early doors to burn some battery. Cold tires. This is just a practice out lap at this point. So we've got motor map between 50 kilowatts and off in multiples of 10, so that's fine. Now I need to try and channel my esports brain and really try and be smooth, try and be fast. I was going to say don't overthink it, but actually concentrate on what I'm doing, hitting my apex, not overdriving too much, trying to be smooth in my inputs, and then hopefully the speed will come. Because I think in that practice session a minute ago, I was maybe overdriving the car a bit, trying to just like wrestle the lap time out of it. Ooh, cool tires. I'm trying to get. I'm still trying to get to grips with all the different hypercars. I'm trying to like drive different cars in the streams, but without going crazy. That's missing a wheel. I don't want to drive something completely uncompetitive because I'm in the top splits. So if I like jump in an Isotta or a Van Wall for fun, as much as I would absolutely love the challenge, and I will at some point, I'm sure, do something like that. I think right now when I'm trying to get gold, because I'm in the top split on almost every race. There's just no point in me compromising myself to that level, because I will literally be off the back, like, and then I'll not have a fun race. And none of us, even though it'd be funny, oh, that was horrible, screen freeze. None of us want, you know, to just see me driving around at the back miles off the pace, because it's not an entertaining stream. Yes. Ah, man. I remember Nick Tandy in 2015 when he was with Hulkenberg and Bamber, was it? That year. I was such a Nick Tandy stan. because I think with Nick Tandy, I'd seen him racing in so many, like, you know, British championships and knowing how good he is, but just never quite able to, like, get the opportunity his pace deserved. So when he was, like, the unknown name at the time in that Porsche, I remember just thinking, like, this is awesome because he's going to show everyone how good he was, and then obviously they won it. And it was incredible. And then obviously since then, Tandy's been, like, an absolute stalwart of the Porsche factory program. So it was, it worked, right? It was great. Yes, he's so good. He is so good. And he's got the experience now as well, so speed and experience, lethal. Okay. Yeah, this is feeling good. Car's feeling good. We're about to go out and qualify now, so I need to get my qualifying setup on, which I probably should have done before now. Quick! I need to hide the screen, I'm afraid, guys. Just to get my setup on. Let's get qualifying setup on the car. No laps on this, so it's going to be, I mean, it's going to hopefully feel a bit like the race setup, but with, I'm going to make sure I've got fuel in this as well. Oh, double fuel usage, yes, we want like 60 litres maybe. How long is the qualifying? 10 minutes. 50 litres should be okay. Let's just go 50. And soft tyres. Already on because it's qualifying setup. Alright. Probably overfueled as usual. All the information about my wheelbase, steering wheel, pedals are in the description. But yeah, Simucube 2 Pro wheelbase, SimLab Mercedes-AMG PETRONAS F1 steering wheel, which is the official Mercedes F1 wheel from last year, and the Simucube Active Pedal Pro, and passive throttle, and that's it. I will answer every so often, because new people, sorry, yeah, wheel envy is real. I am lucky. I'm very, very lucky that I get to try these things. I just use, in terms of the LED lights, I just use like 2 bars, LED multicolored bars. I don't know if they have an official name, but I just call them light bars. But you can just pick them up on, I would say Amazon, but I don't want to recommend Amazon. You can pick them up on, well, yeah, anywhere. Just type in like LED light bar or RGB light strip, and they're normally advertised as like party lights, but it's just basically a bar with a bunch of lights and full color control, and then yeah, I basically put them on the floor. They project light up the wall, and they're great. I mean, they do the job, and obviously I change the colors depending on what I'm doing. So if I'm generally speaking, I try and go for like a theme. So if I'm, oh, that's traction control. You know, if I'm driving a Ferrari, I tend to try and like get the lights red, for example. If I'm playing a certain game that has a certain branding color associated with it, I'll change it to that, just to try and keep the videos, you know, colorful and fresh each time. So today, for no reason at all, I've gone green and blue. I think it's because I started the stream with a race in the Peugeot hypercar, so I wanted to kind of go for a green color. Green and blue feels kind of Peugeot. Yeah, I've definitely overfueled, which is a perennial issue, but it's ×2 fuel usage, so it is going to burn off quite quickly. Let's do, yeah, motor map 30, and let's just see what happens. Turn down the traction control after the first lap, probably. See if I can remember my way around Spa and what gears to pick. Second gear for the chicane instead of first, seems about right. Maybe first in the chicane actually, because I was first through the hairpin and it did help. This will be a multi-class race as well, guys. GT3s and hypercars. Can't remember if it's the weekly event or the special event. Full concentration for qualifying, let's see. You can get light bars that actually, yeah, like that speak to sim racing software, which is really cool. So you can make like the brake lights appear as light bars. That'd be very cool to set up for streaming, wouldn't it? So you guys can see my brake inputs with the lights reflected on the wall. That's the corner I'm struggling with most at the moment. I think I'm just very on the edge, so I need to be a bit careful to try and work out what to do through there. Ah, yeah, fast corners I'm going in a little bit too, maybe a little bit too hot or just a bit too aggressive. Obviously it's an esports setup, so it's going to give me pace, but the cost is going to be, you know, you need to be able to drive it. And I think I can definitely drive it. I just need to improve a little on certain aspects. Also locking up the rears quite often, so keep an eye on brake migration and brake bias if I need to, but I'd rather just control it manually.
Time 2:01.41.
Just using maybe a bit too much brake pressure. Good first lap, honestly. Not like the cleanest lap, but it's a banker. It's not terrible. I'm going to burn off more fuel, get more heat in the tyres. We should go quicker towards the end of the session. Yeah, not bad, not bad. We've got a really strong split as well. Porsche is feeling really lively and fast, like the car feels fast. Front right screaming for help. Through Puon. That was better, wasn't it? Smoother lap this one, but obviously everyone's going to go quicker as well on the warmer tyres. Try and avoid a lock up into the chicane if I can. I actually lost time even though I didn't lock up. It's okay though.
Lap 2:00.75.
Not good through the source. P6. It's going to be a really competitive race, I think. I am much closer to the pace here, though, than I was at Monza or Fuji in the last two races. Despite a very strong entry, so happy days so far. Try a short shift. We've actually gained back the time already. Nope, not good, not good. We can still gain back a bit more, so I'll keep pushing and we'll get one more lap in. Yeah, okay. Back off a little, let them cool. One more lap to go. Yes, so there's BOP in the game, just like there is in real life, and they try and keep it as realistic as possible and keep it as balanced as possible. I actually think the cars are closer together in LMU than they are in real life, although they are very close in real life, and we've seen that especially this year. You know, you've got like BMW and Alpine able to really fight at the front as well as Porsche, Toyota, Ferrari, of course. It's a tricky thing to get right. But I think so far LMU's done a pretty good job, but it's like ACC, it's very difficult to get spot on, because at different tracks you're going to have different cars that are strong, so some work to be done, I'm sure, but let's see. Right, one more attempt, guys. One more lap. Let's go for it. We're ahead of Dan Suzuki. Last time we were ahead of him, it did not end well with our monitor disconnecting. So we'll try and get some redemption.
Lap 2:07.76.
Don't really need to take the traction control down, do I? It seems like I've got... We'll try 8, but it seems like I've got... On 9, it's pretty... still pretty tricky at the rear, so the setup obviously gains in other places. Don't really need low traction control. But we've tried 1 down just to see. Nothing really to lose here. It's okay. Too wide through there. Yeah. Scrappy lap, guys, but I'm just pushing on. It's okay. No, we're gonna lift. We're gonna lift. Too many mistakes. So it didn't. This wasn't quite at the window there. Don't know if I was overdriving again, potentially, just on a kind of do or die last lap, but it's okay. We've got a decent lap in, I would say. What was that? 2 minute dead 0.7. I think that might be my fastest lap around Spa. Which would be unsurprising because I'm using using a good setup. And we're top, unless, well, it depends if there's a Porsche second or third, but looks like all I can see is Toyota and Ferrari, so we might be the top Porsche. For now. Should we do a pit lane practice? Probably should, shouldn't I? So pit lane entry is there. Careful for the walls. And the pit lane speed limit starts there, so it's actually relatively easy. Okay. We'll finish that lap so we get one more clean lap that's not invalid. Unless it's invalid because I'm in the pit lane. Probably. Alright. Let's just return to garage. Okay, so we're starting P7 in split 1 of our special / weekly event, and as you can see, it's a fairly big hypercar grid. There's 26 hypercars on this grid. This is huge. So actually, P7 out of 26 in the top split, I'm taking it. I am taking it. It's open setup, Adam. So I've got the Go setup on. So it should give us some good performance. I'm going to get the race setup loaded in. We've not done any running on it, so remains to be seen how it actually is. How new is the Go setup? I think the Porsche one is from less than a month ago. They uploaded some yesterday, so there's some Ferrari, I think it's a Ferrari or Toyota setup from like literally yesterday on there. So they do over 100 setups a week. What tires? I think mediums. Are we all going to go mediums? Are there going to be some people on hards? I'm not quite sure. I'm seeing lots of people selecting medium now, so just gonna do one last check, make sure I'm good. We're gonna trust the settings that Go Setup have given us. So I'm not gonna touch anything. I'm gonna leave the traction control. The only thing I'm gonna do is turn the motor map up so that we burn more in the first few laps, just so we get the brakes working quicker. And then I just need to manage that as the race goes on. But we're gonna leave everything else as it is. We're gonna leave the traction control. We're gonna leave everything else. And we should be good. Medium tires, an hour and 35-minute race. So, yeah, it's going to be a case of copying other people on fuel strategy. I am the top Porsche. In fact, am I the only Porsche in the lobby? No, there's one other Porsche. All right, I've got one other Porsche to battle in the battle of the Porsches. A couple of Peugeots there, mainly Ferraris and Toyotas in this top split. So, yeah, happy to be up there in 7th. Go Setups, Ashley. Oh, hey Jay, how's it going? Go Setups is a setup shop, so essentially you can subscribe to Go Setups, you go on their website and you can download any of the setups they've uploaded for all the different cars in Le Mans Ultimate, iRacing, ACC, so many other games, and you can download them, you can race them yourself in the open setup races. They're very fast, developed by esports drivers, and you don't need to spend lots of time yourself creating a setup that's not as good. You can obviously tweak the ones they've got. They've got conservative setups, they've got esports setups, and they've got wet setups as well. So it's all really good. And yeah, you can subscribe. It costs a small amount each month to subscribe. You get access to their database. And you can also use the code TRAXION on checkout for a 10% discount if you follow the link in the description below and then enter TRAXION. So there you go. That is Go Setups. And they're supporting this stream series, so I've got Go Setups on the car, and big shout out to them as well. And honestly, I'd highly recommend it if you're someone who wants to do open setup races but doesn't have the time or the setup knowledge like I do, as in I also don't, then I highly recommend it. Okay, warm those brakes. We're just going straight. It's so weird when you just chatting and casually doing qualifying, and all of a sudden you're on the grid and you're like, hang on a minute, I'm about to do a 95-minute race. I'm not emotionally prepared for this, but it's a long race, so it's okay. Got to try and keep the car, look after the car early doors.
Green flag, green flag.
Right, let's see how we get on. Hope you're doing well, by the way, Jay. Nice to see you back in the chat. We're not going to go side by side through a Rouge. Surely he's going to back out. Yeah. I had a slight lift just to be safe. Yeah, pretty safe start. Happy with that. Okay. Good start. Nothing spectacular, but good. Now it's all about, are other people fuel saving? Are they going flat out? I've just got to keep an eye on those percentages and try and kind of emulate it without knowing what I'm doing yet. Because it's double fuel usage, guys, so one tank of fuel is not going to last more than like 20 minutes. Got a few latency issues, a few kind of cars spiking around me, which is tricky. Not sure if that's my end or their end. Honestly, I don't know, Sully. That's the fun of this. I've not done this before. I didn't do any prep, so I don't know how many pit stops. It's just going to be like, you know, the race is 95 minutes, and it's roughly 20-something minutes per stop, I reckon. Look at that all concertinaing up. Wow. Okay, so that was, it all went into a massive queue, and that Toyota took advantage of it, and fair play. It worked for them. I wasn't going to take any big lap 1 risks, to be honest. And it's kind of left me a little bit caught out to dry because I was trying to avoid any contact, trying to keep the damage away. It's okay. Just lost a few spots there. Oh, that is uncomfortable. Down Suzuki P10. "12 lap stints." All right, that's great to know. Thank you, Adam. My engineer returns. So 12 lap stints to aim for. So Yeah, just got to do a little bit of lift and coast, I guess, but that's okay. I can get that done. Especially when you're in a big train of people. Just got to pick your moments, really. Oh, nice. Yeah, so you know the score. Is it so a little bit of fuel saving to get the 12 laps, I would imagine. I've got 10.3 in the tank right now, so, and we've done almost 2 laps, so yeah, it's probably about right. Just got to be slightly cautious. Everyone's kind of pushing the same amount, I'd say, at the moment, though. No one's got hugely less or more fuel than anyone else. But you are in a big train, so you kind of don't want to fuel save too much. Or at least you want to fuel save as little as you can, as much as you can get away with without losing position. That's the key. And we're going to catch traffic as well, guys, so it's going to get absolutely mental at some point. Amazing, Adam. That's great to know, though. That is genuinely great to know. So that if that's correct, then I don't think there'll be much. It's just a tiny bit of saving. That's at each stint. And just hope that there's not like one stint that's needing to be like 14 laps, because then it's not. You know, maybe 1 to 13 is okay. Try and look after these tires slightly as well. Just a little. There's someone on softs in front of me, which is interesting, so that's probably not going to work for them long term, unless they go aggressive and take tires, or just kind of struggle it out, but who knows. I don't think softs are the way to go, because no one else has gone softs. More back down to 20. Make sure we get some charge back into it. Everyone's braking late for the chicane here, but then if there's a traffic in front, no one's braking late for the traffic, so it's very tricky. Like, that's the problem right there. Gonna do me. My fault, locked up into the chicane. Got vibrations now. Oh, I've got flat spots. Gonna use it as a bit of fuel saving opportunity. I didn't want to engage in a big fight there, honestly. I know I'm dropping back, but just looking after things. I'll obviously need to stem the flow. I don't want to keep losing positions. It's not great. But we've got a bit of a gap now, so didn't really want to get into a big fight. Also, if these tires are going all the way to the end, that is going to be an issue. Ooh, Dan's all over the place. Oh, it's so stupid. I'm like, manage the car, and then I'm looking in the mirror, braking like late to avoid him overtaking, and then locking up to avoid the car in front. Like, it's just, it's so difficult. Like, that's the thing. It is hard to get that exact spot right every time, because I think if I brake early to avoid a lock-up and just play it safe, he could easily send it down the inside of me. He probably wouldn't have, but in my head he could have, and he was looking aggressive in the mirror. So it's just mental management, and it's just making better decisions, really. Oh my goodness! Did you see that? Oof, that was a big force feedback spike.
Lap 2, 0,
I don't mind kind of like, if I let them get a second and a bit up the road, as long as I keep that gap to the Peugeot behind, I get clean air, and it just means I can drive my normal lines and don't have to worry about, like, you know, I don't need to worry about concertina effect and checking up and stuff. As long as I don't drop far behind them, that's the thing. If I think my pace is okay relative to the cars around me, you know. We're getting out to traffic as well, so this is going to get really dicey very soon. About now. It's going to be incidents. It's going to be people getting held up. I've saved about the right amount looking at the numbers compared to everyone else around me. Just wish I did not have that vibration. I honestly think our pace is all very similar. Right, then this is it. So they're gonna get into a big scrap up in front now for a few corners. That's fine. It'll get me catching up with them whilst not burning tires, not burning fuel, and staying out of trouble. So this is okay. There you go. They're both run wide. This is it. So this is why it's okay to just chill a little bit early on. They're fully getting into each other now, so they're annoyed. Annoyed or just driving pretty aggressively, but it's not going to end well. Oh my god, I had to hit the brakes. Oh, should have backed out earlier. Really frustrating. I was going to lift off to give me a run, but then the Ferrari suddenly slowed down and parked it, which is fair enough, but I had to hit the brakes, which is not what you want. Heading into Eau Rouge. Brought the Peugeot into play behind us. Do with getting past that Toyota now. Good question, Ricky. I think Ricky Bobby, great name by the way. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe I think, like, genuinely, not very excitingly speaking, I would love a top 8. That's what I would absolutely love. If I can get a top 6 through attrition, through, you know, a bit of pace advantage later on, maybe others' mistakes, top 6 would be amazing. I'd be really happy. Top 8, I would be absolutely content because I'm trying to green shift driver ranking. And this split is I am below average in this split in terms of my ranking, so you know this finishing around here would be absolutely fine. Oh, that's what you got to avoid. No one's fault any of that contact, but I've now got yellow rear diffuser damage. It's exactly what happened to me in a Spa race previously. Hopefully the diffuser damage doesn't do too much at yellow. Hey Angus, how's it going? I will read the comment properly in a second. Now's probably not the best time for me. I want to get past this Toyota. Oh, he's gone for it. Oh, I saw that happening. I had to lift. I was going to box him in behind the Porsche, but I saw him looking left, and I thought he's going to dive in here, so I just lifted. Fair play, but very close to a big accident for both of us, probably. Oh, I've locked up too. Okay, we're through. We're alive. Could have definitely made more out of that whole situation if my cars had fallen differently, but hey, they fell the way they did. We got out alive without extra damage. And position loss. Poor Aston Martin. Oh, I love it. Yeah, these two in front are pretty aggressive. Pretty aggressive. Like, they've both relied on me hitting the brakes or backing right out of stuff, but it's hard racing. Oh, the Ferrari's off. Oh no. That could have been so much worse. We'll just pretend nothing happened. Yeah. It all got stuck. Poor GT in the middle of it with no downforce, and I just took the safe option, definitely, which is heading left. That was entirely on me. What are the tyres looking like? Well, I'll tell you in a second what they're actually looking like numbers-wise, but that was it wasn't going to help them, put it that way. How are they getting on? 87 front left, but they are pretty... Oh, look at this traffic. I need to concentrate again. So they're going to crash. All these guys are going to crash. I know it. They're just being so brutal with the GTs as well. Like, I'm trying to... I mean, okay, I made a definite mistake into the chicane there. That was fully me, but I avoided them all. But people are being pretty dicey with the GT3s and getting through. It's just what happens when you're in this race. You know, you get into it and you start going for things that are maybe not sensible. It's fun though. P11 now, so I'm going backwards in terms of my position, which is a real shame. But it is what it is. Some of it self-inflicted, most of it self-inflicted. I think my pace is better than my position though, I would say. Just need to race better. Yeah, I've got... Does it tell you about the flat spots? I mean, it doesn't feel minor. But where does it tell you? Does it actually tell you if you've got flat spots? They're just vibrating the wheel a lot. On that chicane incident a couple of laps ago, so just for context, I think I saw the chaos up in front, and I absolutely saw, it was like a red mist moment where you're like, oh, this is a chance, and I should have backed out more. But what happened was, I thought, well, I'll go to the outside, everything's happening on the inside, and I'll take my like almost normal braking point and just fire down the outside where there's space. But what I didn't account for was that the GT3 was going to end up in that space, and then obviously they're no hypercar, so the performance levels are different. And at that point I was like, okay, this was a mistake, I should have bailed. But I basically tried to take advantage of the mess rather than anticipating that the mess might just, you know, end up right in front of me all over the road, which, you know, that was just a mistake. I shouldn't have done it. But thankfully we all got away with it. Look at this now. That's a different Toyota in front of me now, so I think this is the Toyota that was behind, so we're in the same order except for me, but the Toyota on soft, Schwarzer's holding everyone up. Oh, if I hadn't locked up on this corner a few laps ago as well, the Toyota locked up right in front of me, didn't they? And I just also got stuck behind them and like locked up as well and couldn't go inside. If I'd have braked a bit early, when they'd have locked up, I could have just dived down the inside, but yeah, hindsight. And then you think, oh, the knock-on effect, you know, if you get past them then you don't have the problem into the chicane, you don't have this and that, but it's just racing. It's just hard, good racing with a few squeaky moments. You got to have your wits about you in these hypercar races. You think I can... Yeah, I could actually stretch it a lap longer than everyone else. You're right, I'm actually pretty close, and I'm not going to gain anything being behind these guys. So maybe we can try that, actually. Because look in the braking zone, I lifted hugely early, and I'm still right behind them by the apex, because they're all bunched up. And we've got, what, 2.9 laps? No, it's 2.4 on the usable energy, so it's a lot of lifting needed. I think I might have left it too late.
Time 2:03.62.
I think if I was going to do 13 laps, I probably should have committed earlier. Maybe we could try it. Yeah, because at least the pit stop will be shorter if we don't make it. Let these cars battle up ahead. That was the biggest lifting coast I've ever done. And I barely lost any time. Ferrari behind me. It's relentless. I think it's going to be too much. It's going to be too much of a risk to actually pull it off, I think. Because I'd have to commit then to the extra lap, and if I get it wrong, it's ruined the race. I've only got 2 laps now, and I'm only halfway through the lap, so I think it's too much, to be honest. But it's a good shout. Like, if I'd have been on the ball earlier when all the chaos was happening, I maybe could have just gone, right, let's stretch it a lap, but it'll make my pit stop slightly shorter anyway, by having more fuel, more usable energy in than everyone else. I've not got much more. I mean, cars around me, very similar. I want off these tyres, but I think I'm going to have to stick with them, aren't I? Front's on the next stop, maybe. Oh. Didn't know where the Toyota was rejoining. Cool. Right, one more lap.
That time was a 2:03.46.
Oh, have I done an 11? Is that an 11 lap stint I've just done? Did I not lift and coast enough? Everyone else is lower as well though, so I'm a bit confused. Or was I trying to do an 11 lap? I can't remember. Anyway, I have to come in on this lap, but so does everyone else, so I think we're okay. Change my fronts at the... Hopefully I would lock the fronts, not the rears, and I'll change them at the second stop. Just got to cope a bit longer with these flat spots. Yeah, no one's doing 12 laps yet. I could have done it, I think, if I'd have committed earlier, I could have done it, but it's okay. It's been a messy first stint for me, but we're still in the mix. It's not horrendous. Don't need quite as much fuel. I'm going to take out a litre just because it's not needed. One more stint on these tyres. Car behind me is on 0. I've got the battery. I didn't even look at the battery. That was not sensible.
Lap 2:13.35.
Whew. And breathe. And breathe. Yeah, the lap counter at the top's not the best. I'm going to struggle to make it out around this Peugeot, I think. If I go full lock, Actually, the Peugeot should be out just ahead of me, so it should be okay. I've got a question about Forza Horizon crossplay with Xbox and PlayStation. It does. We tried it yesterday. Oh, game's turning me. Anyway. Interesting. Right in front of another Ferrari. Yeah, we tried the... as part of our preview, we tried the cross-platform Forza Horizon 5 on PlayStation playing with people on PC. And it does work, so it will probably work with Xbox as well. Crossplay enabled, and you can join a convoy and all that stuff, so yeah, it's good. Oh, yeah, that's dodgy when the car gets turned to make space. It's a bit close, isn't it? Drive-throughs for cars ahead. Straight back onto my horrible tires. It's okay. I might actually change all four because the wear is kind of not too it's not too uneven. So yes, I'm using less rear, but considering this is going to be a 4-stop race, or a 4-stint race at least. Yeah, there's a few cars with drive-throughs. I haven't seen who exactly, but... yeah, I don't know if it's pit lane speed limit or what it could be. It might, yeah, I honestly don't know. 45.5 laps is being predicted right now, so there needs to be a couple of 12-lap stints in there. We could try and get one in early, maybe. Since we've got the tyres anyway, but we are going to lose positions if we start doing it.
Time 3:21.87.
That's the trade-off, isn't it? Lose positions now and hopefully do an extra... Hopefully do an extra, what am I looking for? Lap, if I start doing it now and then hope that I need it later, or I just kind of wait until I know I need it. But the worry is if you wait till the last stint, maybe you need 2 of them. Now it's saying 44.5, so that's now reset. So, yeah, that's, oh, if we, that's tricky. That's very tricky, whether or not we're going to need one or not. Or track limits, could also be track limits. It's a mistake. P7, so it's kind of worked out reasonably well after that first round of pit stops. That's kind of where we were before all the chaos, and I went backwards, so... How is that an orange track limit? Brutal. If the race is 44.4 laps by the end, that means 45 laps for the leaders. So if I don't get lapped, and I have to do 45 laps, that means 4 stints of 11, but one of the stints needs to be 12. So I need to do an extension on 1 stint. I don't know if it's worth saving now for that, or waiting until we know that's the case. Probably, if you're being smart about it, you'd probably wait just to know that that's the case. But I like the idea of not having to worry about it when everyone else does in the last stint, Psychologically, it's quite a good situation to be in. need to stop locking up these tyres. They're definitely... I'm catching the flat spots. Race will be 46, so it could be more than the counter. Yeah, it just depends. Depends what the pace is. Now it's gone 45.2, so it's changing a lot. Yeah, it's changing a lot. So do we go lift and coast? I think we probably do. Now that we're on horrible flat spotted tyres, so I'm kind of making more mistakes. I'm going in too hot on the brakes and stuff, so maybe it's a good time to lift and coast. When the car's not at its strongest, be a bit more conservative anyway. Get it out of the way, then get new tyres with a car that I don't have to do as much lifting and coasting with. It's maybe the way to go. I will lose positions, but that's okay. So what have I got? 8.8 laps of usable energy, so let me think about this. Is this lap 14? This is now lap 14. So 12, 13, so this is lap 3 on the tyres. I think I'm going to commit, guys. I'm just going to go for it. It's all part of the fun. Save now, push later. P7, it's a good position.
Time 2:04.02.
It's going to be a horrible time to catch the Aston. So I'll lift now. Push now. Ferrari might get me, but... concentration happening right now. Use the traffic to give ourselves a bit of breathing room. Is. Should have gone inside, not outside the BMW, but I made sure I left enough room, so it's okay. Just a slight misjudgment, or not misjudgment, but a bad decision on my part. Right, we're 7th, guys. Right now it's a full intense strategy game. I'm not having the best race, not having the worst race either. It's just been a bit scrappy for me. Now it's like time to think about strategy, time to put myself in a good position. So these drivers behind me, I actually jumped in the pit stops by having more fuel anyway. And so then I was able to have a shorter stop, I believe, and some of them have been drive-throughs. But it just means that if I can extend by 1 lap now, it might mean, you know, I don't have to, you know, maybe we might all have to extend by a lap later, but I'll have to extend 1 less lap than anyone who doesn't extend in this stint, if that makes sense. Perfect. Perfect back marker timing. Thank you, Ford Mustang, for giving me some breathing room here. So we need to get to the end of lap 23. So when it says 23 on the top right, I think that's what lap we're on. So if I can get that to 23 and then pit at the end of that lap, then I'm +1 essentially. I feel like some others are having the same idea. So we've got Ferrari out in front. I don't know who's second and third. Got the 67% Toyota up in fourth. Now, I'm thinking following my lap target is going to get me the extra lap, but I'm not even convinced. It might even just be to get me to 11 laps, because I did do a fair bit in the first stint. And I'm looking at all the other numbers around me, and they're not too different. I have a slight advantage, but not much, I'd say. An hour to go. I've got 7 laps of fuel. I need how many more laps? I need to do 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I need to do 7 laps. So, it might be okay. Is that the lap counter at the top right? I'm looking at it as if it's the lap that I'm on. So like if I'm on the 17th lap. Is that correct? If anyone knows, let me know. If it's how many laps you've completed or what lap you're on. Ferrari behind me's got great pace considering they've got the same fuel number as me and I'm doing so much lifting and coasting. So they're probably lifting and coasting as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think the traffic helps me in this situation. We've got those cars behind. Schwarzer's still on the soft tyre, so didn't take tyres at the stop. I'm guessing, or took new softs, but probably didn't take tyres. 40% on fuel though. So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I've got to do 6 laps, and I've got 6 laps of fuel. I think it's going to be okay. We're basically on the edge here of doing it, so I think we're going to succeed. I'm not going to give up now, obviously, because we're so close. Wonder if I think Dan Suzuki's probably up there in 3rd, or he was one of the ones that had a drive-through. Not sure. That was better. Pace is not too bad at the moment either, considering all the issues I'm dealing with in terms of the flat spots, the lifting and coasting. 203s is okay. Not much traffic. I've been really good. I think I've been really lucky in traffic. I've had a couple of small ones where I've lost a little, but nothing like compared to average. I think I've had a really good run in traffic, I would say. Oh, Alex Lucky left. I think Alex Lucky was one of the ones that was in contention. Maybe one of the ones with the drive-through. Yeah, so it's what lap you're on, right? So it's telling me right now I'm on lap 18 rather than I've completed 18 laps. So this will be 18. Once I finish this lap, it'll have completed 18, and it'll say 19 because I'll be on lap 19. I think that's right. Thanks for the chat. Yeah, nice.
That time was a 2:03.03.
I think everyone else is doing the same. I think they're all extending my lap, other than Schwarzer, Grossi. There's a few that aren't, but the majority are, I think. Krauser's 5% lower than me, so maybe he's not. Don't know why I shifted. What fuel map is this? It's absolutely perfect. 20 kilowatts. Perfect management of the fuel. I barely have to think about it. We've dropped the cars behind as well, so it's, I think one of the Ferraris is gone that was right behind us, so that's really good. Definitely feel like I'm getting luckier than the Ferrari behind me with traffic. I'm catching at the right point, and they're just getting caught out more than I am. Not every time, but most times at the moment. This one could be awkward for me. Thank you, Porsche, for being extra careful when you didn't need to be. Maniac and a hypercar coming through. We'll go inside of this Mustang. Ferrari's got to take an inside line here, which doesn't help. Ideal. Alright, 4.3 laps left. Come on. We're in a good spot. Just got to get there with the energy. Couple more big lifts and coasts, and we've got 4.1 laps, so almost there. And my pit box is really early on, which is great. Oh, yellow flag. Not what you want to see when you're heading into Eau Rouge. 13 seconds off of P4. Yeah, it's honestly, it's so confusing because the terminology, like, it depends if you've completed that many laps or you're on laps. Like 19 of 45, completed 19 of 45, or on 19 of 45. It makes such a big difference. And racing games are always, like, you just need to know what it is, and obviously the best way to do that is by looking at it at the start of a race, but I just forget because there's so many different games, there's different ways of doing it. I wish it, like, said in words, you know? Laps completed, but it does say lap. It does just say lap. And I think on this one it's definitely what lap you're on. Right. Let's get this BMW. How long? We got 3.3 laps of fuel, and that's about right. Gonna extend those 3 laps, get to lap 23, and then we've pulled out 1 extra lap. We might need an extra one at the end of the race, but if we do, then everyone else will as well. And anyone who's not saved at this point will need to save 2 laps, if that's the case. So either way, we've done one of our painful stints, and we haven't lost a position yet. So fingers crossed. Oh, Aston in trouble. Car feels good. I'm really liking this setup, by the way. I've been driving like a muppet, but my results, my position's okay, my pace is okay. I'm going to take tyres in the next stop, I think. I'm just going to replace them all. They're at 60s, and then I get to the end of the race on that next set. That's how I want to do it. So full... Oh, I've got to go use, have I? I don't want softs, though, so I need to change that. I've only got... Okay, I need to work on that. There's all these tyre rules that I don't know about. So, like, do I, for example, have to now only use softs and mediums because I used the softs in the qualifying? Like, I don't know how it works. I haven't paid any attention in class. Yeah, I've only got softs, so I maybe don't need... I need to keep these tyres on for an extra stint. And then do softs on the last stint, maybe. On the last 2 stints. Oh, it's tricky. What do you guys think, tyre-wise? Stick with my flat-spotted mediums that are actually okay, but, I mean, I've only got, what, 60-something%? Or do I go for used softs, or do I save the used softs for later? Considering it's going to be basically 4 stints, I'm halfway through the race. What do you think? I'd rather go mediums, but it's not giving me the option. I've only got used soft, new wet, no change. That's all I've got. Nothing on the... Yeah, that's it. Just softs. Softs are nothing. Not done enough prep to know. Yeah, you guys think softs?
Time 2:02.73.
Yeah, I feel like 90% softs are probably going to be better than like 65% mediums by the end of the race. I've got 2 laps to decide. Had someone in front of us pit, so that's good. They're 2 laps short on their fuel. I don't know if they'll last long enough. That's the problem, Micah. I don't actually know how good the softs are. 90% softs, 2 stints. I have no idea if that'll work. Absolutely no idea. Wonder if I'd used mediums in the qualifying, I would have had a new set of mediums to put on. Track temp, good point. Track is 40 degrees high grip. Sorry, McLaren. I was as respectful as I could be whilst being a bit of an arse. I was respectfully disrespectful to you there, GT3. I'm going to be respectfully disrespectful to this Aston as well. Yeah, I know. Oh, I don't know what to do about tyres. I do not know what to do about tyres. See what the leader does. Make sure I make it to the end here. 1 more lap. Got to see what tyres our rivals come out of the pits on, whilst also driving around Spa and tyre saving in a hypercar with traffic and a Ferrari up my chuff. Not the easiest of multitasking scenarios. Mediums. The softs will give me good pace, but they're already at 90%, so... Yeah, I'm at 60% front left. Maybe I do just medium fronts, and then save the medium rears for the next one, if I need them, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm at right now, 60% front left and flat spotted. Also, obviously, not changing them saves me a pit stop time, of course, as well. Change front, leave rear, says Ica. Yeah, I've made it 12 laps, Adam. I'm on lap 23, so I've done 11 lap stint and a 12 lap stint. And there's a few of us managing it, but I'm P2 overall right now, so it's definitely worked. Everyone in front of me hasn't managed that extra lap. I have, and the Ferrari behind me has. Just trying to decide on tyres. Ica says change fronts, leave rears. If you say so. I'm up for going with you, Ica. Leaders didn't change. Okay, sorry, Ica. I no longer... It's fine. It's fine. We could just... I think the mediums are... Let's make sure we get enough energy here. Once we come in, I need to... I didn't really lift and coast much in that last lap because I was thinking about tyres. .9, we're fine. Okay, we're not changing. We're not changing. No, we're changing the front. We're going to change the fronts. I'm so decisive. I'm so decisive. We're going for it. We're going for it. It's only 5 seconds. Right. Do you see my like calm, assertive decision making going on there? I think I changed my mind how many times during that last lap? 4 times? Yeah, you're right, Ica. Get rid of the flat spots makes a lot of sense. I'm worried that the fronts are going to be too worn by the end of the race. But you got to take a chance, you know? I can manage them with my supremely smooth driving. The Ferrari's going to get me, and that's fine, presumably. No, I'm still ahead. Okay. Right. So I've now got nice grippy fronts I need to look after a little bit. Motor map, we will do 50, 40 until we burn some off. Next pit stop, we will change the softs if we need them at the rear. See how we get on. Oh, damn. McLaren's out ahead of me. Yeah, no more locks. Exactly. I need to absolutely be on it now. May need to save 1 more lap of fuel, but I may not need to, so I kind of need. I'll maybe do that and save that for the last stint, you know. Take it easy. Didn't know what the rules were on the crossing the line. Oh, hello. Hello, front tires. Hello, grip. That feels hilarious. Okay, so I've got a very nose-heavy car now. Lots of turning. Yes, collisions are on in the pits, yeah. I've got to be so careful now because the rear's going to do that. So it's imbalanced me more than I expected. I've got to drive on eggshells for a little bit until that's redressed somewhat. Maybe not the strat to go. You got to experiment. This thing, every single race I'm doing, I'm learning more about what you can and can't get away with. This is the first time I've experienced this imbalance. And it's good to experience, you know? Drive through for the Toyota. Oh, yeah. Good point on the front anti-roll bar. I could increase it. Oh, we've got a drive through for... Yes, drive through for Toyota, so I get my position back. I could do some things here to the car to make it better. Yeah, stiffer the front anti-roll bar is a great shout because it gives me theoretically less grip at the front. We'll go P3. Leave the rear detached. Already feeling a bit more comfortable. Leave traction and everything as it is, and then just settle in. I'm not going to save an entire lap of fuel this time. Careful, Throw Rouge. I'm not going to save an entire lap of fuel this stint because I don't know if I'll need it, and I'll save it on the last stint if I do need it. But I do need to save a tiny bit of fuel. Well, the rears are going to be hot, but that's fine because I can change them. You can probably just see on the stream, like, you can see the difference in the way the car's behaving, right? I barely had any oversteer in that first stint, and look at me now. But I'm just going to have to draw on my racing experience to, like, manage that oversteer and just, you know, manage the throttle, manage the turn-in, no big movements, and just catch it when it goes, and it's just a slightly different style required, which I'm capable of. So that's what I need to channel and just get comfortable. Because ultimately it's still going to be faster. Use the force! Thanks, James. P8 though, P8. I said top 8, I would be happy. And that's where we are right now. Got a bit of a gap. Careful, careful. I'm going to turn the brake bias forward slightly as well. That sounds like a sensible thing to do, doesn't it? No, that's backwards. Don't do that. One click forward. Big gaps in front, they're going to be fuel saving. I'm going to be worried about my tyres. At the moment, I'm planning on taking rear... Oh. Use softs in the rear for the last stint, just to balance the rears out, because they're going to be absolutely shot. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, James. The fronts will degrade faster. I think worn fronts is not as bad as worn rears either in terms of balance. Obviously, you know, that's more stable. I don't mind understeer if the rear's stable. So I'll make a decision at the end of this stint how the car's feeling, and then whether or not I should change the rears. Because I think if I change the rears, obviously the rears are going to have lots of grip for the last stint. Is that going to cause me issues with the front? I don't know, but they'll be maybe closer together. So it's 5 seconds in the pit stop, so it's not a huge amount of time to change them. Thought it was going to be longer. Car in front's got a drive-through, which is like a 40-50 second penalty maybe. So I'm actually P7 really. Just to get comfortable with this new balance, which I've tried to adjust slightly. There's the car in for the drive-through. That's my tyres, just so you guys can see. That Roth Ferrari was quicker than me in the last stint and saved the same amount of fuel, so they're going to be a threat. But I kept them behind. Gonfier is a threat, but they've got less fuel, so they'll might need to do a bit of fuel saving. Look at that now. The front, now that I've lost that edge of the grip on the fronts, the car's just turning nicely, and I'm making apexes. Look at this. Look at this! No, so the front tires I put on were actually used. They were at 90%, 91%, so I don't think it's 5% per lap. If it's 5% per lap, I am in a big mess. I maybe can put back on my used mediums. I don't think it's too bad. Yeah, 3%. It's still quite bad. Like, I'm still going to have little tyre left at the end of it. It was a risky strategy, especially because they're softs and they're used, and I've got to do like a double. It's not a double stint. It's a single stint in reality because fuel usage is doubled. So a stint, it's one tyre stint equals 2 fuel stints, if that makes sense. So actually, it's like a regular stint I have to do on a set of used softs. Well, yeah, 10% used softs. So we'll just see. We'll see how it goes. I'm experimenting, I'm learning. And if it's horrendous, I wonder I could probably put the mediums back on. Yeah, I still have the option to put the mediums on. So if this stint is looking like the softs are just going to absolutely explode, we'll put the mediums back on and we'll lose 5 seconds and it's okay. And then we can just run all mediums to the end. So we won't even lose time. I don't really want to put on flat spot tyres. think everyone else around me is like stuck with mediums. I don't know if I'd have used mediums in qualifying. Would I have had mediums for the race? Like, use mediums? I'm not sure, because I used softs in qualifying, and I'm assuming everyone else did as well, but I don't know. So the lap number here, by the way, guys, is 34. I need to get to the end of lap 34. I'm looking at Grossi in P4. He's 13 seconds ahead, right? But he's only got 43% on the fuel, so that's 2 laps less than I do, which means he's going to have to make an extra stop. Because I'm already, like, might have to save another one, but possibly don't. So Grossi's going to have to make an extra stop, and an extra stop around here is at least 50 seconds. So actually, like, the positions could definitely come back to me here. I think I can lose positions, for sure, but I can gain some of them back. With anyone who's not got an incredible chat going on, telling them what to do with fuel when I'm useless. So I love having you guys here. It's great. It's a long race. This 34 minutes to go though, so we're getting through it. We're almost an hour. In fact, we are an hour in now. A tiny bit more saving to make sure I get 7 more laps out of this. There's your tires. 83, 84. And the balance has come back to me beautifully already. Like, I'm okay, part of it is just adapting, but it feels better already. I'm less on edge. I'm doing 203.1, so pace is not too bad. Yeah, it might be okay, Ica. It might be okay, because actually the tire wear is only ×1, so I've got 32 minutes to survive on these softs. Even though it's 2 stints, it's actually 1 real stint. So you might have honestly put me on the blinding strategy here. Because I no longer have the flat spots, and that is exceptional news for my wrists. And also, I mean, lap time wise, it probably doesn't make a huge difference, but I was locking up more. So it will make a slight difference, and it's more confidence. Yes, they will be worn by the end of the race, but everyone's in worn tyres by the end of the race, so it's okay. We're managing things nicely. Only 6.9 behind the Peugeot, so it's looking all right, guys. The race is getting better and better by the lap, I would say. Oh, good call. Yeah, just as I hit the apex, yeah? Just heading into it. I'll just let go with one hand and let it have a rest. Oh, hey Dave, you're back. It's been a bit of a scrappy one, first stint. I didn't drive that well, got a bit chaotic in traffic, but it was okay. I think it was a mixture of bad decisions for me and a little bit of wrong place at the wrong time with some aggressive other drivers. But I survived, and now the race is actually coming back to us quite nicely now. The whole thing really has been about tyre decisions. So Ica, I was discussing with Adam and Ica what I should do tyre-wise. These guys have been very helpful in the chat. That's my second track limits warning. And I ended up, it was very difficult to know, because I could basically neither strategy is perfect, because I don't have any new mediums that I could put on to really get me to the end of the race. So I've decided to put used softs on the front, because that's all I had, and I've kept my original mediums on the rear, so my car was very, very grippy at the front and loose at the rear when I came out the pits, so I almost spun a few times, but got away with it. Roth is closing in big time. But now it's kind of like balanced out a little bit, I'd say, and you can see the tyre situation on the bottom left. I think that's looking pretty good, so I might be able to just get to the end of the race like this, is what I'm thinking at the moment. Thank you, BMW. I was careful not to block you or make contact there, so sorry if that bothered you. That second move into the second corner. Just need to get to lap 34 here. I've actually got fuel in hand to do that. I don't need to. I could actually save an extra lap now, but I don't think I'm going to need it by the end of the race. So there's no point. It will give me a shorter pit stop, but not a shorter pit stop. It'll give me. It actually won't give me a shorter pit stop because I'll need to take on more energy because I'll have done an extra lap. But right now it's right on the cusp of 45 laps. Oh no, we're gonna get it. Sorry, I knew I would get through, but that would not have been a nice experience for the Aston. Right, motor map back to 20. Car's feeling lovely. I don't think I'm going to take any tyres in this last stop. The balance is absolutely très bon. Just had to survive those opening sketchy laps and then hope that, I mean obviously I'm still going to get more wear in the last stint, but they'll be pretty even. Hey Tom, still going, and it's working out okay this race. Working out okay. What is the time? Half two. Let me know, guys, in the comments how you found the stream format versus other ones. I've gone for a kind of longer stream today, a bit more casual, not really thinking too much about what races I'm going to do beforehand and just jumping in stuff. Let's not get a track limits while I'm talking about that. But yeah, let me know if you've enjoyed this format. You can obviously dip in and out a bit more. Maybe you'd rather it was shorter so you're less likely to miss some of the races, because obviously I'm doing every single online race I do on LMU is being streamed. So yeah, any feedback is welcome. Negative, positive, doesn't matter. Just thought we'd experiment, starting a bit earlier and going a bit longer and seeing how it would be. And obviously, the other thing as well is I appreciate I'm also doing more longer races at the moment because I'm trying to get my gold ranking, and that's the best way to experience, you know, the high end of LMU and actually get your ranking up, because the shorter beginner races don't really help you with your ratings. But it might be the shorter beginner races that you're more interested to watch, the GT3s, the LMP2s, GTEs. So yeah, you know, just give us your feedback. If you'd prefer to see more shorter races and you're not so fussed about the gold driver ranking, then I can do more shorter races and just try and do better in them to actually get that ranking up. Oh, nice, Dave. Yeah. So you can kind of tune in and out. Obviously, the streams are available to watch back for anyone who wants to kind of follow every race or at least skip through to see the results and stuff, but I appreciate the longer the stream is, the harder it is to kind of keep up on that front, but... Currently predicted 44.7 laps, but it was 45.0 not long ago, which would be right on the cusp of us having to save another lap in the next stint. But it would also probably force some others that haven't saved into extra pit stops. I should have gone inside of that Porsche, but too late to decide. Right, next question, guys. The balance is feeling pretty good right now. Do I change my rears and put on some new soft rears? Or not new, but 91% soft rears? 5-second pit stop loss? Or do I stick with the mediums because the balance is good, but obviously the wear is getting pretty high on them? So let me know your thoughts. Asking all the questions now. Yeah, Grossi's in the pits, so that's not going to work for them because they need to extend.
Lap 2:04.06.
Ike, you nailed the strategy earlier. What are you thinking? Change rears or keep them? Better grip your rears but in balance, and 5-second penalty in the pit stop, or balanced car with rears that will wear at a decent rate relative to the fronts, but overall probably less grip on the rear. Tricky. Right now I've got... Okay, we definitely don't want to change that. We could put wets on, but I don't think that's a good play. I'll be perfectly transparent with you. Sorry, James, I'm reading your comment whilst running off the track on the exit of Puon. That's probably not a good shout. How's that turned into an orange track limits? That's ridiculous. I literally lifted the whole way into the corner and it went orange. Anyway, I need to be careful now with track limits. So I should probably pick better times to read comments than exit of Puon, you know? Delta's halved. If you put softs on, you're going to carry that forward, whereas leaving what you have will reduce and you'll get more understeer, which you can dial out with front entry roll bar. Yeah, I think I just leave it. I think I just leave it. Forecast is probably dry, to be fair. It's not going to help my fronts. I think it's going to be a no change. That's where I'm at right now, I'll be honest. Keep a short stop. Balance is pretty good. Fronts are wearing, so it keeps the balance good. It will maybe less understeer. If cloudy, change to soft. 5 seconds, free wins. Yeah, what? Yeah, true. What's the conditions? Mostly cloudy. So, what's the thinking there? The softs on the rear when it's cloudy just because it's cooler? But the wear is not going to be as much of an issue because it's going to be the last 20 minutes of the race. I think either way, guys, it's going to be fine. At the moment, I'm thinking no change. Keep track position in front of this Ferrari. And maybe, yeah, maybe burst me up to Francois, who's running really low. Now got some flat spots on the fronts, but that's okay. 20 minutes to go, I can cope with flat spots. Yeah, let's do it. No change. I'm liking the group decision making. Appreciate it, Motoman46, Ika, Adam, James. Much appreciated. We're gonna go into the pits and we're not gonna change tires. I think it's the right call. I think either way it's probably not much in it, and I don't. But it's more risky to change, I think. Okay. And we're going to have a slightly shortened stop because we've still got 7% NRG and 8.6 litres of fuel, so we're good, we're good. And it's all about how many laps that last stint is. I think we're going to be absolutely spot on the money to do another 11 lap stint. So it was. I think we've done everything so far sensibly with strategy, other than maybe ruining the tyres early on. I don't know if it's 10 laps, Ike. I think it could be 11. Because we've come in at the end of 34. So we've got lap 35, 36, 37. All the way up to potentially... It's going to be 45 laps, and we've done 34. So it's going to be an 11 lap stint still, Ike. Right. Come on, final push here. Hopefully it turns us before we get out in front of this Peugeot. Yep. Ross jumped us. It's okay. But oh, Roth's gone bold. Interesting. So Roth's gone for like a less energy but having to save more. I don't think it's a 10-lap run to the end. But it might be. Let's see. Lots of Ferraris and Toyotas out in front as well. So I think we're fighting to be maybe even the leading non-Ferrari or Toyota, which I would take. It is brave by Roth, but fair play. You know, credit where credit's due. I'm appreciating the bold strategy. I respect the play. I've got to be careful here. That bump is absolutely lethal. Okay, we're P7, but every stop has been made. We've got Francois behind us, and we've got cars in the pits in front of us. Right, focus up now, John. But Roth's also not taking any tyres, so probably still in the mediums they started the race with. So I've got slightly better soft fronts, which is fine. Leader at the moment has played an absolute blinder on the strategy because I think they're going to be in the best position. But there might be other cars in there that are going to have to stop again. I think some of those Ferraris up ahead on 87, maybe, or I think lower than that up ahead, might need to stop one more time, and we're going to be good to the end. This is honestly why I don't worry too much about like fighting for every position at the start of the race and risking it all, because as you see, as the race develops, all the cars spread out, positions change, there's a lot more that happens. And yes, you know, by not getting behind someone, you might save yourself on an incident and gain a bit of time, but it, you know, it all kind of, you don't really know what's happening. Later on in the race, you kind of forget what happened earlier in the race, and the main thing is having a good car in a good position, rather than like, you know, DNFing or using your fuel too much or whatever it might be. So I don't think it's a bad strategy. Oh, it will cost you a few places, but it gets you to the end.
That time was a 3:21.79.
I really appreciate Traction. Yeah, exactly, Ica. Like we need to think of a name. Traction could be it, but that's pretty bad. YouTube chat, strategy, pit wall. Engineer, no. Don't have the brain space. Traction crew, yeah, that looks good. Anyway, I should stop thinking of names for you guys and start thinking about the Peugeot in my mirror. Probably. Peugeot's also got soft fronts, so exactly the same strategy as me. I don't know when they put that softs on, whether it was this stop or the previous stop, so they might have newer softs. Hello? Okay, Grossi's off. That's the car that I was going to jump anyway, because they definitely need to make another stop. And they've gone. Okay, P6. Five and a bit seconds behind 4 and 5 now. 7 seconds behind P3. And they'll all have to fuel save a lap, I think. Or I'm the one who's got an extra lap, but I'm kind of relying on that meter at the top right. If the race, yeah, maybe if it's 44.8, it means that would actually make sense if the race isn't 45 laps, it's actually 44 laps, because the checkered flag will come out at the end of the 44th lap. So actually, But it's now gone to 45.2, that's the thing. So it all depends on whether they commit to going for this, stretching it, or saving. So they're right now, if you look at the top right, it's switching between like 44.8 and 45.2. That is where it's going to come down to. If it's over 45, it's great news for me. If it's below it, it's okay for everyone else, you know? That was a mistake. Concentrate on your own race, John. Stop worrying about fuel. Obviously, Roth has like jumped me there by doing it, so if it pays off for him, it's a great strategy, but it is obviously risky. That's what it's all about. Oh no, no, I've locked up. I'm losing grip now, guys. That's a couple of silly mistakes, but I don't think I was doing much different. Lack of concentration. Play it safe there. Ah well, my fault, but beginning to feel the grip going away from me a little. Oh, come on. Oh dear, right, fair play, Peugeot's got me, but Adkins and the Toyota is coming back towards us. I didn't deserve to hold on to that position, I made the mistakes, so I'll take it. Just get the head down and focus now, because there's a couple of hypercars up ahead that could be in range. Focus on my tyres. So what are we at? 65, 67 front, 51, 54 rear, so we're struggling. Yeah, anti-roll bar, good shout. I can actually take that back down. Because I've kind of sorted the balance. Oh, please change gear, thank you. We'll take it back to P2, and we'll go with that. Let's not do too much not do too much. I could do to 1. In fact, let's trust go setups on that, because the balance is probably okay now, so yeah, let's do it. Let's go 1. There's a battle up ahead. That Toyota is maybe just doing massive lift and coast. Not quite sure. No, John. Locked up. It's okay. Toyota's got no pace. Maybe damage? Leader's got very little fuel percentage. So I wonder if they're going to have to do another stop. And that would change the distance of the race, though. This is the thing. The leader might have to do another stop, and then everyone else is in the clear. It's so hard to tell. This is why I'm a racing commentator and not an engineer, because I just enjoy watching it happen. I don't enjoy having to make risk-based decisions on whether or not it's going to whilst driving a car. I guess an engineer doesn't have to drive at the same time, right? But it's for me, that's like what makes endurance racing so good to watch. You just never know. I still do not know who's going to win this race. I think the Toyota's just doing massive lift and coast.
That time was a 2:05.07.
Yeah, I don't know what position I'm going to finish, but it's looking good at the moment. I'm more likely to get better than worse based on my situation, and I'm P7. They're gonna have to, I think they're gonna lift. Oh, yeah, a bit of side-to-side contact, but I did my best to hold it to the inside. I'd need to watch the replay. It was probably my job to avoid contact. Not been my finest performance in that front, I would say. Been a couple of small mistakes, and thankfully we got away with it there. Just had a bit too much pace in the way in maybe, and it's so easy to just come to contact there. We will move on. Well, yeah, they've got every right to defend the position, that's the thing. So, the thing is, I could have, like, my brain was absolutely worrying. It's one of those situations where it's probably my fault. I would need to watch it again to be absolutely sure on what all happened, but I went for the move down the inside. There was a bit of side-to-side contact towards the outside of the corner, right? So, my brain then goes, right, do I let him go? Do I give that back the position? All these kind of things. But then you end up in, like, they're clearly losing a lot of ground. So I don't know if they would want me to give them back the position, because then I'm just going to try and pass them again, right? So they're going to lose more, we're going to risk another incident, I'm then losing a lot of ground, and also I'd need to watch the replay to know for sure that I'd mucked up. So, like, it's different if you spin someone out, right? Very different. And it's very obvious what you've done. Like, what I did at Bahrain, for instance, was not great. But those kind of ones, it's like, if there were stewards, I could get a 5-second penalty and that's fine, but I'm not going to give them position back unless I know, A, I've done something wrong. And also, like, in that situation, I don't know if he would have wanted me to give him back the position. So, yeah, just have to... all that is going through my brain, by the way, for the next, like, 4 or 5 corners after that incident. But then it's just a case of, well, just got to get on with it. It happens. I've been unfortunate in these incidents in the past, and sometimes... you gotta just go with it. Apologise after. Yeah, that's it. But he has every right to try and defend the position, even if it's not the smartest move in terms of your overall finish. Yeah, he's allowed. That yellow. I've got to get my head down though because it's coming back at me. With that track limits issue. I'll do the tyre check in a minute. $59.61, 47.50. I think I'm not using enough motor map. 7 minutes to go, guys. Really not long to go. It's going to come down to fuel. Cheers, James. Appreciate the... what's the word I'm looking for? The words of encouragement, and you're right, just to get my head down and focus now. Thanks so much to all of you who've stayed tuned for this stream. It's been great fun as always. Mixed races, but generally speaking, I think it's been a good day. Like, the first race was way better than expected. Second race was great fun with Ricardo battling away, and that was all it was all about. And then this race, still got a few laps to go, but it's looking good. I did say earlier, P8 I would be happy with. Top 6 would be like what I would love to try and get, based on my pace, based on the situation, and it's looking like that's what we're in a fight for right now. Just got to watch Dan Suzuki and Pace, though, in 8th and 9th, who have probably less fuel, but if the race is 1 lap shorter than it might be, then they're all going to be okay. So everyone's going to be able to push. They're all taking a big risk, though, which I'm not prepared to take. Car's not as good as it was earlier, but it's still balanced. It's just not very good, not very grippy, front or rear, which makes complete sense. And I've got flat spots, all sorts of stuff. . get away from this pesky Toyota.
Time 2:03.35.
Yeah, I wonder if Dan Suzuki took tyres, because he's flying in the Ferrari, in P8. Just not got the grip I had at the start of the race, lots of mistakes. Oh, Dan, a drive-through. Oh, he was one of the ones that had a drive-through. Okay. He's had really good pace today. Really good pace. I've taken definitely advantage of others' issues like drive-throughs. I think I was ahead of Dan in qualifying just, but then in the race, that first stint, you saw what happened. You know, I went backwards with a few mistakes and a few cautious moments, and then he went forward, but I think if it wasn't for the drive-through, clearly, he'd be up there. I've kind of just taken advantage of those issues and not had a great race in my own right, but kept it relatively clean. He looks like he's going to have to pit again, though. I think that's the problem. Dan is going to have to pit again, I think, with 22% on fuel. Not 100% certain, but I think it's likely. Thing is, if the lead two are short, they're going to want the race to be 44 laps, not 45. And they're probably going to both lift off, that's the thing, and then make it 44 laps. So it's going to be very touch and go, I think, still. Oh, Toyota's gone. What's happened? Toyota's down to 9th. 3 minutes to go. Last track limits warning I'm allowed. As I said earlier, I'm now up to gold 2 for driver safety ranking, so I'm not too worried about like track limits as much as I was at the start of the series. I'll not back off unless I'm going to obviously avoid a drive-through or something. Tyres struggling to hold on now. I'm looking at those numbers for all of them. They're all so touch and go. And I shouldn't have done that. We're good. We've got an advantage. Could be the last lap. Might be 2 laps to go. I wish I could see where the leader was. I'm wondering how worried they are right now, or if they've perfectly planned this. Look at my front left, it's screaming whenever I'm taking one of those slow right-handers. Yeah, that's it. So are they going to do that? I mean, they might have a big lead. I can't see the lead that P1's got. So if they've got a lead, they're going to do it. I mean, even if they don't have a lead, they have to do that. Because if they don't, they're going to have to do a pit stop, and that's going to be way worse. Yeah, okay. So they are going to... It is going to be... that makes complete sense, because the leader's not going to be throwing a win away too easily. So everyone should be okay for fuel. The only person that wasn't going to be okay was the person who retired anyway. Yeah, race isn't finished, so this is the last lap. Is it? Have they not crossed the line yet? 51 seconds ahead? Surely. No? We're going to get 45 laps. I think it's going to go another one. Have they all got enough fuel to make it? They maybe just do, if everyone's been fuel saving. I've got a bit extra, to be fair, but it might just be a case of everyone's going to have to fuel save, other than me and Francois. But we are going to do 45 laps. So Dan Suzuki's had to pit, so they're not going to make it. So it was the extra lap. Wow. But I think they're all going to be fine. I think they've all been saving just in case. Obviously, I've not seen the pace and the saving because I'm too far behind, but they've got the space to do it, right? And if they've been doing it, getting that number to an okay point, then they'll be fine. I've obviously not had to think about it. Bit of drama. It's probably going to be P6, but you never know. Leader's on 0. Why didn't they back off? Seems a bit silly. Unless they've got it enough. Oh, I think they made it. I think they did do it. Fair play. Saved energy to perfection, and everyone had a very stressed final stint. Other than me. I've not had the pace here today, though, to be competitive, and I haven't had the tyres and all that stuff, but P6 it looks like. Yeah, well done to all the guys in front who made that work and did their lap of fuel saving on the last stint like I thought they might. The reason it didn't look like it for me is probably just because I was that far behind, so obviously they've already covered that ground. By the time I see their percentage number, they've done more distance, so yeah. Hey, P6. I said I would take P6. I'm delighted with that race, guys. Sorry, not delighted with the race. Delighted with the result. Fairly happy with the race, and happy with the fact that I kept it on the black stuff. Kept it relatively clean with a couple of exceptions of mistakes. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thank you. I'm knackered after that. Everyone made it. Well, look, I mean, you can see the pace, right? I finished 6th with a 2:02.5 as my fastest lap. I didn't really have a good push stint, but everyone around me had a better fastest lap, and I definitely could have done a faster lap, but it didn't really pull it off. So there you go. How many hypercars were there? 17 finished the race, and there were obviously a lot of retirements as well. But that's going to be what, 6 out of 20 something hypercars, 28 hypercars. So yeah, delighted. Cheers, Ross. How are you getting on? Oh, right. Let's see how that affects our stats. It's going to take a little bit of time to load in, I think. Just going to shove this back to windowed mode. Which means I can quickly jump in and out. And let's see, multiplayer. Oh, have you got this? Have you got some magical stuff on the rig, Ross? Cheers, Jay. Thanks, Aika, James. All of your help was great through this one. Really enjoyed your company. Let's see. So, wow, look at the gains. This is what we needed. We're finally back to silver 2, which we should have. I mean, we were way higher than that before that day where I got disconnected and the monitor and the wet tires and all of that. But we're back to silver 2. I was expected to finish 16th and I finished 6th, so that's good. Obviously, the higher you get, the harder it is to gain. I still gained 27% safety ranking despite 4 invalid laps. Contact, the usual little bits of contact. So yeah, good gains. Great for Nathan behind me as well. It's been a good day. It's been a really good day. 3 races down. Obviously, 1 long one, 1 short one, 1 medium length. Didn't get the 1 stint sprint, but that didn't affect our ranking because it wasn't official. Just checking that to make sure. No change. No change. All right, perfect. Cheers, James. I needed it. As soon as I start chatting too much or getting distracted by things, that's when it goes wrong for me. So I definitely needed it. But yeah, that's probably going to be it for this, to be honest. I don't think I'm going to do another race. I think that was a really long race at Spa. Mentally, you could see I'm making mistakes in that last race, starting sentences and not finishing them, the usual stuff. So it's probably time to have a bit of a rest. I can't believe, looking back at that as well, the first lap of the first race today at Monaco? Example. At Monza, absolute chaos. Best lap, first lap I've had, just avoiding all the carnage, picking up loads of positions, and then ending up finishing in a really good spot too. The second one was just a good fun battle in the wet, so no complaints about those races. And then that third one, yeah, some bad driving, especially the first stint. A few mistakes later on, but nothing terrible. And all in all, solid, safe result. Not much speed. I could have definitely driven quicker. There was more in the car. I felt like I had way more I could unlock just with my driving because the setup felt great. I felt like I had all the grip in the world. I just wasn't getting the rhythm very well. But we came through good, and we came 6th in split 1 of a very tough WEC weekly race. So, yeah. I also want to give a big shout out, as always, to Go Setups. I've said it many times already in the stream, but you can check out the link in the description for these setups for Le Mans Ultimate and all the other games. Use the Traction or code Traction when you're checking out to get a 10% discount. Thank you to all of you for watching, obviously, most importantly. You guys have been great support all the way through. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'm continuing to enjoy Le Mans Ultimate. We're getting closer again to Gold Driver ranking. I did get redemption, I would say, because in 3 races today, I definitely gained a fair amount of driver ranking from where we started. I've also gained safety ranking, so all in all, it's been an overwhelming positive. So we'll go take a nap. I hope you all have an amazing weekend. Enjoy whatever motorsport you're taking in this weekend, or of course, if you're sim racing, playing Le Mans Ultimate, iRacing, whatever it is you're playing, have a great time. Good luck in your races, and I shall see you all again very soon. Bye.